Hoy, esta organización es el guardián regional en defensa de la democracia, la libertad y los derechos humanos. Los países se han comprometido con estos valores a través de instrumentos legales como la Carta Democrática Interamericana, la Convención Americana de Derechos Humanos y todas las demás convenciones interamericanas. Nuestro trabajo es mantener los más altos estándares. Debemos ser objetivos, analizar los hechos, denunciar cuando veamos corrupción, inequidad o amenazas a la libertad. En esos casos no podemos ser neutrales.
More than 100 years since the inauguration of this building, the OAS headquarters, our institution still brings together the peoples of the Americas to address our responsibilities as a partnership of nations. As we look to the future, our work must also focus on the construction of a positive agenda that continues to favorably impact millions of lives every day.
COVID-19 pandemic brought unprecedented challenges to all member states and the people we serve. In response, the OAS Secretariat for Integral Development adopted a three-pronged approach by 1. Adjusting our portfolio of existing projects, 2. Exploring new projects to meet emerging needs, and 3. Expanding multi-sectoral partnerships. The results achieved in 2020 demonstrate the resilience of our member states and the commitment of the OAS SETI to work with member states and partners towards our common goals in the development of our region. Our Network on Competitiveness launched the COVID-19 Ideas Accelerator, sharing 250 tools, health solutions, responses, and recovery plans. The Network for Labor Administration published a portfolio of responses from ministries of labor to COVID-19, sharing over 420 measures taken to protect workers, employment, and income. Likewise, the Inter-American Teacher Education Network series, Teaching STEM in Quarantine, provided 117,000 teachers with key tools to continue advancing STEM education during the pandemic. Through its network and platforms, the Inter-American Committee on Ports promoted international and national best practices, guidelines, protocols, and recommendations on COVID-19 safety measures and continuity of logistic operations. Initiatives such as the Education in Times of Change platform allowed us to meet urgent needs by offering timely tools on virtual education and a dedicated space for ministries to share strategies, actions, and solutions. Other programs such as the Row Fund stepped up, providing emergency grants to offset the challenges imposed on our students by the pandemic. SETI's partnerships are adding value to member states in the form of technical assistance, training, and access to tools and services. In partnership with leading private sector institutions, we offered micro, small, and medium enterprises access to online tools and training, increasing their visibility and participation in e-commerce, a key to their survival and growth in the pandemic and post-pandemic era. A new OAS SETI Facebook initiative provided 85,000 MSMEs across the region with capacity building opportunities and WhatsApp business tools to aid response, recovery, and resilience building. The Caribbean Small Business Development Centers program achieved real impact, supporting new businesses, expanding sales, and driving growth. A new network of Caribbean SPDCs will broaden the program's reach. The Inter-American Committee on Tourism, the CTOUR, convened ministerial-level policy dialogue in an urgent response to the impact of the pandemic on the hard-hit tourism and hospitality sectors. Policymakers and experts discussed biosanitary protocols, travel and visa facilitation, among other critical areas for the sector's recovery. Partnering with the George Washington University and the U.S. Bureau of Indian Affairs, we went ahead with the scheduled first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, pivoting to a virtual format and convening over 240 participants from indigenous communities, the private sector, and governments. SETI also integrated sustainable development practices in the COVID-19 response. The pandemic is a daily reminder of the links between water, health, sanitation, food security, and nutrition. We ensured the continuity of our water management projects in the Plata Basin and worked with governments and partners in the design of an investment portfolio valued at $90 million. Additionally, the Energy and Climate Partnership of the Americas continued to share relevant best practices and responses to the pandemic on energy and air quality. These few examples indicate our collective impact. We cannot do this alone. It is now more urgent than ever to address the region's structural weaknesses, to recover from the health, economic, and social crises occasioned by the pandemic and prepare for future shocks. It is imperative that we work together as we risk losing recent development gains and seeing millions fall back into poverty. It is time for the region to redirect course and pursue a more sustainable, resilient, and equitable future for all. We are in this together.
But the resilience building agenda is too big for any one stakeholder to address acting alone, and simply bringing together stakeholders, whether at the national
Sustainable Development Agenda. Cooperation, collaboration, and partnerships that include all actors strengthen us, enabling us to be more than the sum of our parts. We can and we must work together. The future of our region depends on it.
Representatives and permanent observers, delegates, Secretary General Luis Almagro, thank you very much for joining us this morning as we begin the work of our Inter-American Council for Integral Development for 2022. Executive Secretary Kim Osborne, thank you very much for your support in putting this session together and the work plan as well. A warm greeting as well to Executive Secretaries Alejandro Mora, Maria Carmen Plata, and Rapporteur Soledad Garcia Munoz, who are joining us today. To the entire staff from the Office of the Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to cordially welcome you all to this virtual meeting of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development. This is our first meeting in 2022 and the first with Panama in the chairmanship. And since it is still January, I do wish everyone a great and prosperous year. The Executive Secretary has informed me that we have a quorum, and I would like to ask Ms. Osborne to please read the list of those who are present in alphabetical order, and to also take note of delegations who are going to be joining the meeting. Thank you.
We have Argentina, Barbados, Belize, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, El Salvador, the United States, Grenada, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Jamaica, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, and Uruguay. Thank you.
Gracias. Estimado.
Thank you. Esteemed colleagues, I would like to submit for your consideration as members of this council the draft order of business, which is document CD-OD 120/22 Rev 1. If there are no objections, once again, if there are no objections, the draft order of business is hereby adopted. As I stated when I took on this important responsibility, Panama is committed to directing the work of CD, understanding that the priority is one that we all have, which is ensuring that our countries recover. And as I also expressed in the past, the awaited recovery of the Americas, which is one of the regions most affected by COVID-19 and the pandemic, and which has also affected the institutional and shortcomings and the inequalities, technology issues, or also understanding that climate change is a reality and it is not a matter of fiction. We cannot go back to the old reality to expect a new outcome. The transition needs to pivot towards looking at people on their individual level and their needs, but also looking at it as a collective, which can allow for building something new and take on this approach and taking that as a mandate. We receive this position with honor so we can lead the work of CD at the OAS. In order to achieve this goal, we enjoy the commitment from all countries to provide the highest support to this council, which was established from the beginning to foster more cooperation and solidarity among member countries in order to achieve development for all of the Americas. Colleagues, Secretary General, Executive Secretaries, as we mentioned in the concept paper for this meeting, given the challenges that we are facing in securing enough funds and how important it is to ensure that there is an institutional approach that is more efficient and cooperative, we suggest that the work for this half of the year be an inclusive approach that brings in all of the different services and departments of the organization in order to have cross-fertilization of knowledge and support each other and share tools. This is why we believe that it is important to start the work of this year with a panel to discuss how the city agenda connects with agenda from other departments of the organization. This is why it is my great honor to offer the floor to the Secretary General, Luis Almagro, who is going to share some welcoming remarks before this panel, and who is also going to share the framework for the cooperation that will come from all of the respective departments from his office and from CD, since we all have a shared goal, and this is one that we, as chair, will continue to drive forward. Secretary Almagro, you have the floor. Thank you, Chair. It is an honor to join you for this meeting. This is a great opportunity to address CD and to also discuss issues that are absolutely vital for our hemisphere, vital for our organization, and also vital for the ongoing work we conduct. We are certain that your work is going to help scope this work, and it is also going to scope the work of my office. We are coming up once again to a year when we are going to mark yet another anniversary of this pandemic. This is the first meeting of the year, and I would like to wish everyone a Happy New Year as we move into 2022. 2 years ago, the member countries in this council and other areas of the OAS were talking about how we can work together to promote our collective work for everyone's betterment. Today, as a result of COVID-19, the region is facing the biggest challenges in recent history. Social challenges, political challenges, economic and productive challenges, facing economic recession, high poverty, high unemployment, which affects the most underprivileged. This is in addition to the growing threat of climate change, straining our institutions and straining our budgets. The time to deliberate is over. It is time to act. In 2022, we need to bolster our regional efforts, focusing on practices and policies and implementing initiatives that can address our shared challenges through our partnership model. This council is perfectly positioned to make significant strides and coordinate 9 ministerial meetings. And the idea is to have a sector focus at the highest levels in absolutely vital areas as we continue to recover socioeconomically. There are meetings that we're going to that we're going to receive reports on, and there are departments that we're going to discuss as well. This is a great opportunity to increase cohesion and see how we can continue moving forward. We know, for example, that achieving the 2030 agenda and the ambitious goals that were adopted at the COP26 through the Climate Compact, all of this requires collective action, commitment, and requires our work. The first paragraph of this compact recognizes the role played by multilateralism in the work being done to combat climate change and foster regional and international cooperation in order to step up climate action for sustainable development and to end these scourges. As you read this document, it's hard to not also think about the goal that we have as a council. According to the statute of CD, the goal is to foster more partnership and solidarity among member countries of the OAS to ensure that we all enjoy this development and to end poverty. This is a call to action. My call to you is that we all come together so that we can take concrete steps at CD through programs and initiatives, strategic alliances and partnerships, and technical assistance so that we can face these urgent and pressing challenges and help our people get on a path for sustainability and development and inclusion, which is what we all want. Madam Chair, this work is going to be essential to ensure that within the organization, we can continue to embed and hardwire inclusive language into our different charters, into our different marching orders. So thank you very much. And once again, I wish everyone a great year. Thank you, Secretary General, for being with us at this meeting. We look forward to continuing to receive your support, and we are sure that we are going to get that as we continue to carry out our mission. We thank the Executive Secretary for Integral Development, Kim Osborne, who's going to be with us for the panel, as well as Alejandro Mora, Mary Carmen Plata, and Soledad Garcia Munoz, Executive Secretaries and Special Rapporteurs for the SIM, for the Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity, and for the Special Rapporteurship of Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights at the ICHR. We're going to have Kim Osborne moderating this panel, and so I'd like to turn the floor over to her, and would like to have the panel be kicked off with you. Thank you.
Distinguished delegates, Madam Chair, since this is the first time I am officially taking the floor since your assumption of the chairmanship of CD, I welcome you to the chair of CD. It has been a pleasure working with you, and I look forward to a productive, substantive next 6 months. Madam Chair, as many countries suffered the external shocks of the pandemic without universal social protection, robust health systems, a plan to reach net zero carbon emissions by 2050, or a sustainable real economy with quality jobs, the COVID-19 crisis exposed the vulnerabilities of individuals, societies, and economies. In its aftermath, we must scrutinize the social and economic systems that underlie how we live, work, and play as we work to create an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future. This requires strong responses based on solidarity, cooperation, and responsibility that addresses the entrenched marginalization of groups in vulnerable situations, including women, indigenous communities, older adults, persons with disabilities, migrants, and refugees, among others. Through a new regional compact that delivers universal health care, climate security, safe housing, good schools, livable wages, gender equity, clean air, drinkable water, a fair economy, and above all, peace. Distinguished member states, it was British Prime Minister Sir Winston Churchill who is credited for having once said, "Never let a good crisis go to waste." This often repeated phrase is reputed to come as the Prime Minister considered how to rebuild and reshape the world at the end of World War II. In it, we find the optimism that great good can come in the aftermath of a disaster. The attainment of good, however, requires a carefully drafted, managed, and executed strategic approach. Within the context of the OAS, the Inter-American Council for Integral Development is well positioned to lead a multidimensional, multi-sectoral dialogue which responds to some important development imperatives: cooperation and partnerships, participatory governance, sustainability, economic and environmental security, social inclusion, the rule of law, and providing opportunity for underserved groups, maintaining a people-centered approach. From an integrated development perspective, as mandated for CD in the OAS Charter, an improved focus on preventative measures could help break the cycle of inequality, exclusion, and poverty in order to bring to every person access to opportunity so that they can benefit from this recovery from the pandemic. Within the context of that, advance entrepreneurship and innovation, support the creation of socially responsible businesses and jobs, target vulnerable groups and at-risk populations to help address the citizen security issue, social inclusion and mobility, and economic growth, and importantly, increase access to quality education. I believe that the ongoing commitment of the OAS to invest in human development and quality education is perhaps one of the most important and effective tools to target at-risk populations, democratize access, enhance the framework for equal opportunity and inclusion, address intragenerational and intergenerational equity, and enable present and future generations to make the best use of their capabilities and realize their potential. Inequality has consistently been identified as one of the main economic determinants of crime and violence, a source of tension within and among different sectors of our society, and a factor that negatively affects social cohesion. The lack of opportunity presents fertile ground for many living on the edge, particularly youth, to challenge the rule of law and engage in criminal activities. The OAS CD is well placed to lead a development agenda that takes advantage of existing synergies and facilitate a more integrated policy dialogue, including the sharing of experiences and lessons learned that can help strengthen cooperation channels among and between sectors and countries in order to better address the complexity of the transnational challenges we face today. We know that no one single issue can be addressed in isolation if it is to be fully effective, and that cooperation, the sharing of information among different sectors of our governments, is fundamental for the success of any given policy. The OAS-CD has an inbuilt comparative advantage given the OAS, I should say, as a whole, has an inbuilt comparative advantage given the institutional synergies that can be optimized to advance dialogue as well as impact policy frameworks and practical approaches. In this regard, I welcome the discussion today on the nexus between the proposed agenda for CD and other organs of the OAS on issues of critical importance for our post-COVID recovery. It is my distinct pleasure now to introduce three esteemed colleagues joining us for today's discussion. Alejandra Mora Mora, Secretaria Ejecutiva de la Comisión Interamericana de Mujeres, bienvenida. Mari Carmen Plata, Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity, welcome. Soledad García Muñoz, Relatoria Especial sobre Derechos Económicos, Sociales, Culturales y Ambientales, Redesca, Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos. Bienvenidas a todas. And I get to say todas, which is pretty impressive. Welcome to all. The OAS has long recognized the importance of advocating and ensuring that women's voices are heard in our political and economic discourse. The Inter-American Commission on Women, established in 1928, was the first intergovernmental body created expressly to ensure the recognition of women's human rights. Through the Inter-American Program on the Promotion of Women's Human Rights and Gender Equity and Equality, and the Inter-American Commission of Women's Strategic Plan 2016-2021, the same is overseeing the work of the organization within this sphere across our region. And so it is my pleasure now to offer the floor to Senora Alejandra Mora Mora, Secretaria Ejecutiva de la CIM, to join us. You have the floor, Senora Mora Mora. Welcome.
Thank you very much, the very esteemed Kim Osborne, thank you for that introduction and thank you for your initial presentation. Allow me to also extend warm greetings to Ambassador Roquebert. I know that as chair, you are going to continue to innovate as you always have. So that, Mary Carmen, a warm embrace to you as well. It is a pleasure to continue to work with you. And for everyone listening in, ambassadors and the OAS staff, allow me to wish you all a great year, a better year. We certainly look forward to having a better year this year than last. Today's conversation on development, I think, is part of the strategic objective. It has always been that for the region. This is the region with the highest inequality in the world. And this is why what we are doing today is so strategic, especially as we talk about COVID and perhaps post-COVID, even if we don't know when post-COVID begins. But the key is understanding that this is a huge agenda, a powerful agenda, and that moving forward requires that the entire OAS puts its backing behind it and make sure that we all work together. And certainly the SIM is going to be part of that effort, as will I. When it comes to women, things having to do with development, coming out of poverty, the work that we do, making sure that it is actually recognized as such, to be paid for this work that we do, and to also be more present in the public sector. That is part of the historical agenda that we have. That is where we have seen occupational issues having to do with gender come up, and this has been a key issue. And for SIM, as Kim Osborne, our dear friend, said, this is something that has always been part of the agenda for our commission. This has been part of the strategic agendas. But what we say is that we're half of the population. We need to be part of this development because it is our right, but also because in order to make sure the Americas can develop, we need half of the population. This is why we as women need to also benefit from development. But above that, when we look at development models and steps that can be taken and policies and the feminist slogan that we have heard in history that says nothing for us without us, when we look at the evidence of the gaps during this time, we realize that this is an issue that needs to be discussed. And it's important to highlight where effort has concentrated, what work we've been doing. And I should start by saying that this is a process that we all did together when we actually put out a call so we can hear experts on this issue. And what we have seen happen during this time has spoken for itself. We have seen women pushed out of the workforce. We have seen how women have been vital in domestic work, in service industries. And when we talk about domestic work alone, over 15 million women have been essentially left out of the work that was still being done. In tourism, that's yet another area that has been highly impacted. And this is all not to talk about the rest of the other aspects of instability that we have seen. Now, when it comes to development and the work that we have done in specific industries and specific areas, the first job we have done is to ensure that care work gets more of a spotlight. I know that many times there's not a lot said about what this burden means for women, but this is something that before the pandemic struck was already seen in women, doing 3 times the work men were doing. And now, during the pandemic, we've seen that that burden has only increased. This is why we have been focusing all of the work in the region in order to advocate for something to be done structurally to address care work. The first thing we need to understand is that it needs to be seen as a right for women. This is no charity. When it is seen as a right, then the government bears the responsibility of ensuring that care work is actually provided. Also seeing it as essential work. When we talk about care as one of the key pillars of the social safety net, then we start to talk about universality. And that is when we understand how important that is for all development issues. Now, there's another item as well, and this is important, and that is that caring matters. And this is why we need to add value to it in our value chains as we review and analyze the economics of that care work. Lastly, we also have responsibility and accountability. This needs to be shared responsibility, bring in more people, bring in the trade unions, companies, the government, and of course, bring men along. And there's an entire campaign that has been built to discuss how that care work should be part of shared responsibility. There's another pillar, and that has been to make sure that we can have stronger inter-American legal bases and tools. And for that, there's been work done with the most affected sectors, SMEs, rural communities, tourism, ICTs, and of course, finance. And looking at care work as a systemic issue. Now, what have we done when it comes to the legal side of things? We have been conducting specific studies. And the first was a study on international economic rights standards for women. And this is because we always hear that all of the instruments are there and that we need to access these instruments. But when we have needs that are specific and there are situations that have not been actually seen, it was really important to highlight why, when it comes to the international sphere, these issues aren't specific enough for women. And I'll go into more details regarding the findings of these studies. The other has to do with looking at these gaps that exist when it comes to full participation for women in rural areas, in tourism, and the different industries I've mentioned, and actually finding a way to effectively and legally bring more women into the workforce, make sure that there's more workforce participation, and through that, make sure that economic growth is actually something our region sees, because it cannot do that without women being on board. Now, some of the main findings that we have had in this area has to do with gender equality. We're talking about countries where 68% of countries have regulations on this. Only 62% of countries actually have laws in the books that restrict women's workforce freedom. There's still occupational sex segregation that hurts women in some countries. There's a high percentage of countries that have discriminatory provisions in the books when it comes to domestic work and who can do that. And when it comes to care work as well, 79% of countries in the region have no adequate legislation to protect women who work in homes. 27% of countries in the region have not yet made sure that the ILO family leave standards are in line with what is in the different countries. 100% of countries in the region don't actually have any paternity leave that is above 2 weeks for men. Only 42% have laws to prevent elimination when it comes to pension coverage and with a gender perspective. And that's just part of a very long list of the findings that we have gotten from our studies, issues that we need to start resolving. We believe that if we can actually get the international standards in our region, that is going to really make a difference in the lives of women and development in our countries. At the same time, we have been engaging with key leaders, making sure that women's rights are part of these conversations, and make sure that we talk about priorities, vulnerabilities, also how to identify the needs, and also to be able to share best practices and experiences in a way that allows us to continue to build synergy and deepen cooperation, which is how we will succeed.
Presentar a los estados leyes modelos.
Therefore, what we are looking for is to come up with model laws, with normative frameworks, you understand, in order to integrate all of these important issues that I have only just touched on during these few remarks. We are very seriously looking at the model law on safe care. We're looking at Costa Rica and Uruguay as the leaders, the models, I might say, in this domain. We hope very much to have finally crafted a model law in which we hope to have set forth the main ambits of the elements that, I say again, I've just touched on here. What are the broad types of care? Where does responsibility for men come in? How do we make this question of employment more visible? We got to get it out there. We have to understand that you can call it anything you want. The famous non-remunerated work. Look, at work as work. And it needs to be remunerated. We're looking at these various services and the various so-called satellites, that is, parallel groups that have come up that look to home in on the real situation of women. What are women doing, and how can we do better by them? Where they are producing a high percentage of countries' GDP. This is, as I say, but a smattering of the important elements. We have financial gaps, we have plurality, we have the ticks, we have the role of women in small and medium-sized enterprises, and the so-called informal sector. This is a very quick view of the overview. I know that others wish to speak, and I don't wish to overstay my welcome, as it were. But I look forward to learning more and to delving more deeply into these various levels as we continue to exchange our views and our cherished values here within the OAS and making this region a better place. Thanks very much.
We are around the table, that all voices matter, that if indeed we make up 50% of the population, as you say, that we need to be engaged in the social and the political and economic discourse of our countries. So thank you for that. And again, our thanks to the SIM for the work that you've been undertaking with SETI on gender mainstreaming within the Ministries of Labor. That has been important work that is truly making a difference in the Ministries of Labor in our countries. And we look forward to our continued engagement on the Women's Economic Empowerment Program. So we'll continue the dialogue, but thank you so much for the input. And so as we move on, as we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the need to strengthen our social safety nets and social protection systems. Likewise, we continue to see the effects of climate-induced migration, not only across borders, but within borders. To present the Secretariat's work on this and other relevant issues, I'm pleased to offer the floor to Maria Carmen Plata, of the SARE, who will join us and share with us on the intersection between her work and the work that is positioned for the next 6 months of CD. Maria Carmen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Kim, and thank you for having us today in this event. I think it's very important for us to be able to share, as we have, you and I, through preparing for this, the intersections that we have in the work of our areas. Aprovecho también para saludar y extender los mejores deseos a todas y todos.
Let me, of course, take the opportunity to wish you all a healthy and a happy new year, and welcoming all of your inputs in tackling the main challenges that CD is looking at, and we as well, based on the thematic lines that are the bedrock of CD: migration, social issues that are inextricable in that domain. As we've said, it's been a long time that our hemisphere has been looked at as a major area of inequity, grown ever more so, I might add, because of the COVID pandemic. 2 million more people are living in poverty today than not that long ago. So we need to look not only at the level of income, I put it to you, but how about access to social services? We in this hemisphere, particularly when it comes to people in particular vulnerability, need to get that poverty is not and cannot be simply a question of economics. We're talking life and death. This needs to be starkly understood. Why? Because that condition hamstrings our countries when they, in turn, try to make a difference for the better. And this is where CD comes in, I believe. and upholds and burnishes the image of the OAS in the hemisphere as the premier institution in this hemisphere that aims to make a difference. Some 10 years when we came up with a social charter of the Americas, we had certainly focused on that. But for the first time, we've got, at the last ministerial meeting on social development, we came up with a plan of action. That plan of action set forth basic planks, basic lines of work that we consider priority to improve multidimensional development in the countries, to strengthen the social protection systems, and in the process, not forget regional cooperation to promote social development. All these years, the role of CIDES, led by Mexico, Paraguay, and Guatemala, has continued. And in April of 2021, member states adopted a work plan that aimed to set forth our action in 2022. Number one, to do with a multidimensional task force led by Mexico and the Department of Labor and Social Development of Canada, focusing on social development and political and social policies of the Dominican Republic and social affairs of Costa Rica. During this year, a number of virtual meetings will be held on each of these aspects that will aim to strengthen technical capacity that will spearhead social development in the region. The working groups will put forward at the next meeting on social development, the next summit on social development, what their findings were, and these in turn will be folded into the next Prendes meeting in the 17th and 18th of November in Dominican Republic. The heads of social development and ministers leading the various aspects will have a key role to play. We're looking at aiming at how the population of the Americas, our people, can be better assisted. And so I highly urge all of you who haven't quite plunged in, who are holding back, not to do so. Come join us. From your various geographic areas, you have a lot to contribute, and we look forward to working with you. We are open to provide whatever additional information or support you need to become a member of any one of these working groups. Certainly, the creation of a voluntary fund that came out of the last General Assembly here that aimed on decisions taking about integral social development back in 2019. This will be fed into what we're looking at now. How can we do more with that voluntary fund? How can we make it stronger? The working groups of our Committee on Social Development for the period will certainly have a lot to say. On the second issue, immigration, what can I say? Immigration, were it even possible, is now at a more critical stance than ever it was before. We're looking at a total immigration in the countries that have gone up by 44%. Why is that? Well, you name it. Climate change, economic, food insecurity. More than 6 million Venezuelans fled their country, of whom 5 million are living in other countries of Latin America and the Caribbean. More than 1 million people have left their homes in Central America and Mexico. Over 2021, various movements arose that were very, very worrisome, certainly in Haiti. Between September and November, we understood several million people had left. In the Darío region, through October 21st, more than 121,000 movements were found moving irregularly between Colombia and Panama, that very treacherous region where so many have perished. Within the Colombian territory, of course, it's very, very hard to move. They're very difficult terrain, and we don't for an instant simplify the matter. But our Department on Social Inclusion and Directed Social Support is aimed at buttressing social policy, at pooling our experience. What are other people doing? How can we bring better intelligence to bear? This is what we want to do, certainly in Mexico with the cooperation with ACNUR. We're doing a great deal. Strengthening of the capacity of refugee associations has also been a priority. We're working with the International Migrations Office, certainly the UN High Commission for Refugees, a number of other premier agencies that work in this domain. Xenophobia, as you well know, is something that the migrants of the Americas are facing everywhere. We support technically the spaces of CAM that meet together to share their experiences, to speak and hear experts, to hear what civil society has to say in all of these areas. This is a field, CAM is, that is absolutely critical, a wonderful venue in which we can put our heads together and make a difference, help lives. The OAS is trying very, very hard to do better, to do more, to face the challenges, to identify them correctly. And we know, and you know, that's not going to end. Nor is it a free issue. We need to come up with support, and we're grateful to the Kingdom of Spain that has supported us in our relations with various strategic agencies I mentioned earlier, the UNHCR, the OIM. So to close, with this increasing flow of migrants, we in the OAS are ever more challenged to do more, to do better, to do more smartly, and to mitigate the impact of any backsliding in these areas. We need to keep working on these inequalities. Let's not forget 10.7 among the development goals. Here we have, frankly, a historic opportunity to allow the OAS, with its strong support from its members and CD, to do better. CAM and others, as I've mentioned, are all determined to come up not just with another interesting analysis. We want to make a difference. We want concrete results. We want this to be felt in the actual lives of the people of our region, and certainly the most vulnerable. I'm happy to answer any question, as Alejandra has said, certainly to continue this dialogue as we must. Thank you.
Presentation and for emphasizing that it is time for us to really once and for all end poverty and inequality in our region. This can be done if we work collectively, if we work collaboratively, if we work in a more determined way, moving beyond dialogue into concrete action, into things that really can make a difference in people's life. And we look forward to the continued discussion in that regard. Finally, within the OAS, the link between human rights and climate change was first recognized in a resolution on water as a human right in 2012, which instructed the General Secretariat to, among other things, follow up on the human right to water and sanitation. It is also universally accepted that climate change-related impacts have a range of implications, both direct and indirect, for the effective enjoyment of human rights. I am therefore pleased to invite to the floor Soledad Garcia Munoz to speak on this issue as well as other issues as it relates to human rights and development. Señora Munoz, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, querida Secretaria Osborne.
Dear Kim Osborne, thank you, and esteemed Chair bravo on your assuming the chairmanship here, and to Secretaries Mora Mora and Plata, for whom I have boundless admiration. Greetings to you all, and certainly to all of you representatives, the public. It is a high honor for me to be able to address you today on this very important question of the desk and environmental rights from the platform of the Inter-American Convention on Human Rights. These are all elements that are of the highest concern from the get-go. For the first time, I believe, the mandate here is, I think, achieving even more visibility in its entire history. In the Commission, this is only recently that the desk and environmental rights have been prioritized in the region, most especially underscoring the environmental aspects thereof. Over the last 2 years, we have launched an integral agenda of various projects that focus specifically on the human rights components, certainly from the standpoint of their progressiveness, of gender, of visibility, as these relate to the economic, environmental, social, and relations. How does this go in terms of climate change, in terms of human rights? I am very pleased to represent, or to lead a group that includes El Salvador, again, to focus on the role of the desk in this. And since October, I am very honored to chair this commission in the context of the right to development and the 2030 aims. These are absolutely critical to what we wish to do here in the OAS. The pandemic we are living, as has been said time and again, is without precedent. And we know that coming into it, this environment, this hemisphere rather, was in a vulnerable position. And in the very low-income countries, the impact of the pandemic has even been worse. The impact of the pandemic in Latin America and the Caribbean, most especially, is generating a dramatic increase in poverty and inequality, in unemployment, and in hunger. The climate events, to put them that way, are, as you know, ever more frequent and ever more dramatic is the word. The Universal Declaration and later the African Charter also pointed out the economic, social, and cultural rights, as we know, are enshrined in Article 26 of the Pact of San Jose. But this is going to allow us to stop making an artificial separation between human rights and the economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights. The right to work, the right to health, the right to potable water, the right to housing. We need more and more friends of the DESCA. We need a healthy environment, and these have to be recognized in order to be protected. Can't have one without the other. These are pillars. The foundational charter of human rights in Chapter 12 has spoken to this, and so it is absolutely imperative that this organization find the way to spur greater involvement by the corporate sector, by civil society, to assist us in doing more. Economic and fiscal policies need also to be fair. They need to be green, and they need to be gender equal. What about the protection of the environment? We know that the 2030 agenda and the COP26 that was just held in Glasgow have spelled this out. The right to development within the various frameworks that have been set forth will only have a chance to make a difference if individuals and communities are seen to be who they are. That is the main focus, the main drivers of these elements. Non-discrimination is key. The equitable distribution of the benefits of development is as well. Development is not a goal devoutly to be aspired to for itself. It has to make a difference. And so we believe that we need to keep an eye on how countries and corporations live up to what they say they are aiming at. We know that the right to health, the right to work, the right to food, to potable water, to social security, to housing are absolutely the bedrock of anything we could call development. And so the Commission, with the principal support of the Commission and the Redeska group that I'm speaking of here, is focusing very much on this from the standpoint of the pandemic. Resolution 1/2020 on the pandemic and human rights in the region for 2020, where the guidelines for the Americas is set forth for persons with COVID-19, and Resolution 1/2021 on the pandemic and vaccine availability in the Americas are but a few of the texts that the Commission has come up with addressing the main questions of the avoidance of contagion and access to health that will facilitate diagnosis and timely treatment. Why? Because we need to understand that physical and mental health are one, and we must eschew discrimination, particularly for those that are already coming in a position of vulnerability. One health is the focus. One health. Can't divide it up. And so our various differences in our health systems have also to be focused on that singleness of purpose, and not least with regard to those who are the poorest and most fragile. We will be coming up with a resolution soon in that regard, and putting forward what strides we have made from the standpoint of an inter-American human rights perspective. Climate change, state policies, and multilateral corporations must all keep human rights at their core, and the protection of different communities and collective entities that are most vulnerable cannot be left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for all of us to re-emphasize the viability, the importance of human rights in general, and most assuredly, the economic, social, cultural, and environmental rights, so-called DESCA. We must, to that end, ensure that all of the different entities within the OAS pull in the same direction. The Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, with Redeska and the working group, the support of El Salvador, stand ready, dear friends, to assist you to take up the cudgel and make a difference, as set forth in the Charter on Human Rights and the importance to the small and medium-sized enterprises therein. Thank you.
For your presentation, for the insights.
Tu micrófono está prendido. El de Kudo.
The lack of the advancement of the rights of women, of people in vulnerable situations, of migrants. How do you see us shaping our work in that regard to better address more coherently an agenda that really can impact the various groups that we refer to who are negatively impacted by that phenomenon. I wonder if I may start perhaps with Senora Mora Mora, who so emphatically works on the rights of women. How do you see that intersection, and how can we create a coherent agenda that addresses those issues concretely?
Sí, muchas gracias y muy buena pregunta porque
Thank you very much, and that's an excellent question, because the intersectionality, which is at the very basis of what we're talking about here, compels us to do what we can do to ensure that the various synergies and the various groups don't exist, shall I say, in parallel. We've got to bring them together. So it is a mandate, I think, as has been suggested, that intersectionality is at the core of what we're talking about here. And certainly the impact of climate change, access to social services, have to be understood under the construct of differentiated approaches. From the gender perspective, we understand that the specific needs of women in every single aspect of human endeavor is a fact. Women have a different role and receive a different impact from every one of these activities. And it is also true that you can't lump us all into the same area. A handicapped person, a rural person, a city person, they all bring different characteristics to bear. And so when we try to aim for a general diagnosis, a kind of a general take on things, we have to be, I believe, extremely careful, because more often than not, bear with me and see if you don't agree, whoever is coming up with that generalization is probably going to leave a terrific imprint on how it is expressed. So we better look long and hard at what really has to be recognized when we talk about an integral approach, a realistic and a faithful diagnosis of the specific measures that are required here. I think it is absolutely clear that women, who, by the way, are half of the population to begin with, cannot move forward if within that cohort we fail to recognize, yet again, that not all women are in the same situation, and that is what the CDAO looks at. Let me give you an example. The basic goals that all countries came up with one way or another in order to try to buffer and buttress the impact of this pandemic. Well, the study that we carried out pointed to a couple of clear things. When women came forward to assist, to ask for assistance, or to be looked at, you constantly saw in the notes, does not work because she is involved at home, or she's involved in caretaking. You can't just sweep things away, and yet women were swept away through these various and excessive generalizations. That won't do. So we've absolutely got to sharpen our focus in every sense of the term and look at how our recommendations are crafted so that they can make a difference. They can't be generalizations, a kind of a catch-all. That isn't going to get us anywhere. And they also have to look at those who are most effective. And let me tell you, because this has to be looked at very, very closely, because without it, we simply are not going to move forward, and we need for these benefits to be felt by all. Thank you.
Our focus, not a catch-all, but drilling down specifically into the issues. Thank you, Alejandra. I'd like to pose the same question to Mary Carmen.
Thank you, Kim. Yes, I think three aspects. First of all, in line with what Alejandra was saying, and I think it connects the work of all of the people present here who have presented today, including yourself. We have to understand the drivers. We have to understand, as I mentioned, migration is a moving concept. Our migration in our region is very dynamic and responds to a myriad of causes. So I think we have to step back and understand the drivers at this time and how we can understand that they will continue to evolve moving forward. And that is connected to climate change, and that is connected to security, as I mentioned, and to many other issues. But I think that would be one of the primary issues that we need to tackle and that we should do together, because as Alejandra mentioned, an intersectional approach to reviewing those drivers and understanding them is key. Because we are seeing the movement from bases where we don't really understand, or we don't have the voices necessarily at the table of the people who are actually the ones moving from one area to another, or who are the actual migrants. The other issue is, what do states need? Because obviously studying and understanding the drivers will take some time, but this is a real issue right now for member states. So things such as initiatives to work on collaboration and borders, I think, are important for states to be able to understand what they can bring to the table, what their needs are, where they need more work, and how they can build on the experiences of other member states. So I think that's a second issue that I think we can all work together on. And the last one would be clearing away from stigma, understanding that there has always been a large connection between stigmatization of migrants and how public policies evolve. If we don't deal with the stigmas, if we don't have opportunities to educate our communities, our nations, our people, as to the reality of migration, not as something that should be stigmatized, but as a very real thing for all of us in the region, then I think we can start to change our view as a society and start building bottom up, and start having more communities be better prepared to deal with migrants from the moment they come in, thus being able to work together with authorities in addressing the immediate needs, as I mentioned before, required, for example, in borders, or to deal with the large flows of migrants that are being received between nations. So I would say those are the three key issues, and I think on all of them we can probably find very necessary ways to collaborate, and ways in which we can all build on the efforts of each other in order to provide sound results and sound opportunities.
Thank you, Mary Carmen, for those insightful comments. And I believe, Soledad, you're well positioned to summarize all three, given the universality of your reach, the broadness of your reach within the Commission. I wonder, what are your thoughts on that matter?
Of course, I will try to do it. Thank you for the question. It's really important to think about it. Yo, en primer lugar, quisiera hacer mías cada una.
I think I need to begin by echoing both Mari Carmen and Alejandra. I believe that their answers have actually complemented each other and have been absolutely vital, because it helps us understand that important concept and that necessary concept, intersectionality. When we think about it, it's a kind of prism, right? It gives you a better view of what the reality is, and allows you to understand what the different sensitivities are to these realities. When we talk about human rights and the Universal Declaration on Human Rights, you have that mantra that says that we as human beings are all born free, equal when it comes to dignity and rights. That's an aspiration that the international community has set, especially after the Second World War, but the reality is far from being that, far from coming close to achieving that aspiration. And this is why it's important to be able to actually take a look at the gaps that exist between what has been promised in treaties, in charters, in other documents, trying to advance rights and dignity for others and the actual rights that are being enjoyed by those on the ground. That concept of intersectionality gives us an opportunity to do just that, to look at gender and to be able to actually look at men, look at women, look at diversity, and actually get a better look at what that is and better understand intersectionality. And it also comes from Black feminism. And the fact that international human rights advocacy has actually taken some tools, like at the UN and at different bodies. We've seen that the Commission, the Inter-American Court of Human Rights, they're all using an intersectional approach in the steps they take and the mandates they issue. And it is thanks to that that we can really hone in on those specifics. Who are the folks who need the protection? Which communities need it more? This is why the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights looks at thematic advisory services that it provides to youth, to women, to indigenous peoples. That also reflects intersectionality. It also shows how an agency can actually look at human rights and protecting human rights from a more specific focus. We see it in the practices of different bodies for rights protection. So, for example, the first time that the Inter-American Court on Human Rights actually applied the concept of intersectionality, that was in the Gonzalez-Yui versus Ecuador case, where the court actually looked at a case where there was an HIV positive girl who was also living in poverty, and the court then thought, well, we need to take a more sensitive approach to what is going on here to understand why this girl needs more protection from the government. Intersectionality played a role in that. This is why this concept is so important for us at Redesca and also for the working group on the Protocol of San Salvador. This is an absolutely core concept. And I believe that that also goes for governments and public policy, and particularly when we think about public policy focusing on development, that need to really take into account the specific needs and rights of everyone, but particularly those who are more vulnerable and more exposed. So thank you very much, Kim, for such an important question and for also giving me an opportunity to share my thoughts on it. Thank you.
So much more to be discussed, ladies. I believe that we're going to have to reconvene and dive a little deeper into the discussion. But I believe it's time for us to allow our member states to weigh in and hear their thoughts and take their questions. So I would now like to offer the floor to member states who may have questions or comments from our panelists on all that you've heard. The floor is open. I am pleased to give the floor to Ambassador Shirley from Guatemala. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Executive Secretary, thank you very much. Allow me to join others in acknowledging the chair and extending greetings to everyone on this new year, and also express how pleased I am to see that at this first meeting of CD, we have with us the Secretary General. We also have the Executive Secretary for Integral Development, Kim Osborne. We have Secretary Mora. We have the Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity, Mar Carmen Plata, and of course, acknowledge the Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights, Redesca, and of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, and also Chair of the Working Group of the San Salvador Protocol. I was actually very struck to hear Soledad say that this was the first time she joined us at CD. I am the former chair of CD, and I feel like I had that debt to pay. I am very happy to see that we have these 4 women who are alongside our chair, Ambassador Roker-Bear, all at this meeting. Ambassador, allow me to commend you for your assumption of this office and for this wonderful session. We wish you great success. We wish you great success throughout your entire tenure. We appreciate your stewardship as you lead the work of our committee. You can certainly count on me as a vice chair, as well as the support of my entire mission to continue supporting your work as we fulfill the mandates issued to CD, always with a comprehensive vision and an aspiration to cooperate with the secretariats, with the different offices and departments of this organization, alongside the Executive Secretary for Development, SETI, to continue working inclusively and sustainably, as we heard from the Secretary General. The panel this morning has been a very enriching reflection of this kind of synergy. Thank you very much for the very substantive contributions we have heard from our panel. I am also pleased to recognize the work from the permanent representative of Jamaica as a chair of CD during the second half of 2021. The work you conducted, as well as the work of your mission, created opportunities for us to have increasingly rich deliberations and be able to achieve the agenda and also hold the ministerial meeting of science and technology in December 2021. As we heard from the Secretary General, the fact that CD can actually have those high-level ministerial processes really influences and informs the work of this organization. We also appreciate the work plan provided by the chair, which very well captures the key issues for our hemisphere, particularly over the last 3 years, which have been so challenging. The COVID pandemic continues to create challenges for peoples and governments. We also appreciate our taking up of issues like migration and the migration crisis, which has been referred to. And addressing this is absolutely vital for providing urgent attention to the root causes that can allow us to address those issues from the very base. We believe that what has been included in the work plan does shift us in a way that allows us to get closer to achieving the agenda that we have set through economic, social, and environmental goals. And these are the issues that each one of our panelists has addressed from their duties and responsibilities. And also, I appreciate the cooperation and the solidarity that we know is the core goal of CD. On this, my mission recognizes how the mandates issued to CD all come together and appreciates the use of tools and inter-American opportunities to move this forward. The scheduling of 3 joint sessions of both councils is of high value to us, that we're going to be able to address the key issues that are also in line with the priorities that we have set as a country in Guatemala. It makes sense for these things to all come together because we as member states actually inform the agenda of our organization. Economic resilience, women's entrepreneurship, seen as a way to help our region recover from COVID was another item. I know that, as Kim mentioned, women's workforce participation and economic empowerment, and looking at differentiated approaches for women and looking at the care economy, as we heard from Alejandra, as well as helping bolster business for SMEs. That's all key. Disaster resilience is also important. We believe that having a hemispheric encounter is going to help us bring our responses together so that we can provide urgent support to countries affected when it comes to nutrition and food security. There's also a joint meeting established in Resolution 2020 that is a follow-up to the different issues that were highlighted as being part of the COVID-19 pandemic and the action agenda from Guatemala in 2019. And this is a meeting that is going to also provide for a hemispheric report on best practices and lessons learned to ensure food and nutrition security during the COVID-19 pandemic in member countries of the OAS. And this is a good opportunity to highlight how important it is for us as countries to contribute by completing the survey that was sent out, which is going to be key in putting that report together. That is going to be a substantive contribution to that meeting. There's another vital topic, as we see it as Guatemala, and that is social resilience. We saw this come up in 2 social development meetings, focusing on social safety nets, in order to ensure there is more coordination and implementation of social programs in the hemisphere. Madam Chair, our organization plays an absolutely instrumental role in helping countries identify, review, systematize, and share information and experiences on the main challenges, allowing our societies not only to increase their level of preparedness for future pandemics, but also be able to achieve the goals that we have all set as part of the agenda of the Americas. It's important to remember that we can have engagements around these issues that are all priorities for the region, and the OAS is able to put together these gatherings through its technical offices. As Secretary Osborne mentioned, the discussion we're having this morning undoubtedly opens a door and is part of the discussion that we should continue having, looking at it from an integral perspective that we all represent. In that regard as well, we are pleased to see that we have gotten the contribution we have had so far during this meeting, which allows us to get that cross-cutting perspective on this issue, which is absolutely vital for integral development in the hemisphere. And these presentations are certainly a very strong first step for the work we're going to conduct this year. Madam Chair, in closing, allow me to once again wish you great success, and we thank you for your stewardship as you lead CD. Thank you very much to our panelists, and thank you all for this great initiative.
So much, Ambassador, as always, for your insights. I now offer the floor to Ambassador Philip Spencer of Trinidad and Tobago.
Are you hearing me, Madam Executive Secretary?
Yes, we are. Yes, we are, Ambassador.
Hearing and seeing. I trust that my technology works well today. Madam Executive Secretary, in your role as the moderator of this panel, I take the floor on behalf of the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago, and we recognize that this is the first occasion on which we do so, and therefore I must begin by addressing a few remarks to the chair. Madam Chair, the delegation of Trinidad and Tobago joins this morning with all other delegations in congratulating you on your assumption as the chair of CD. We consider CD to be a most important council of the Organization of American States for all developing countries like ours. We are confident that you will carry the torch passed on from our distinguished colleague ambassador from Jamaica, Her Excellency Audrey Marks, with renewed commitment to implement the mandates of the 51st Regular General Assembly. And we note in particular that at that 51st General Assembly, a declaration was adopted which certainly must attract the attention of this council, and we therefore will seek to take the floor. We will request the floor under agenda item 4 when we are discussing the work plan to offer a proposal in that regard. Madam Chair, Trinidad and Tobago stands ready and willing to support you during your tenure, and we look forward to a productive and successful year ahead for this council and all organs of the OAS. Madam Executive Secretary, I now direct my remarks to what was a very engaging, this was an excellent start to the work of CD for 2022, And so I offer commendations, of course, to the chair and to yourself and your secretariat for putting together the concept note which guided the discussion, and of course the presentations that were delivered this morning um, by the distinguished presenters, the Executive Secretary, Secretary of SIM, the Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity, and of course, Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights at the IACHR. The delegation of Trinidad and Tobago must reiterate our deep commitment to the topic of this morning's meeting, the role of the OAS in a sustainable and inclusive post-COVID recovery in the region. And in that regard, we note and acknowledge the value and importance of all of the points raised by distinguished presenters this morning. We would want again, of course, to go back to the role that this delegation played at the 51st OAS General Assembly with the support of other delegations to bring up for attention the need for us to renew our commitment to how we can find innovative ways to integrate and be more inclusive in our approach to integral and sustainable development in the Americas. And the comments made this morning to highlight areas of inequity, to highlight areas of inequality, to highlight areas of marginalization, to highlight areas where the value and dignity of work is not adequately, well, they are not adequately recognized, I think have certainly set us on a right course for how we should continue to address the topic that we consider today. I noted, and you would forgive me if you would understand that I wonder what the input of the Secretariat of Multidimensional Security may have been even in this discussion. It's good that we include our Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity, and I look forward in the future as we go along to seeing ways in which the perspective of the Secretariat for Multidimensional Security could also be included in the integrated approach being adopted at CD. I must, though, as I close my remarks, express the high level of confidence held by our delegation that we are definitely heading in the right direction. If I read just a short excerpt from the work plan in the section on themes and mandates, the fourth paragraph, I look forward to when we get down to work where it says these meetings of the Council will seek to align CD's contributions with perspectives such as hemispheric security and its relationship to equitable and sustainable development and an intersectoral approach to human rights. Madam Chair, Madam Executive Secretary, I reiterate some remarks made at the last Permanent Council meeting, where in seeking to help us understand the need to broaden how inclusive we should be, particularly post-COVID-19, to enable sustainable recovery, I made the following comment: that just as we have long accepted that there could be no development without security, in the face of climate change, food insecurity, irregular migration, gender and social inequity, and global pandemic, as we are experiencing now, it is now clear that there also can be no sustainable development without equitable and sustainable security. Equity and sustainability are therefore now necessary for justice and peace in the Americas. And so, Madam Chair, this delegation reiterates our support. We are particularly pleased with this lead-off meeting for 2022. We will continue to support you and your delegation and the executive secretary and all of the secretariats at the OAS, but particularly the SEDI, as you continue to ensure that we meet and find ways together to deliver increased value for countries and citizens that enables sustainable and inclusive post-COVID-19 recovery in the Americas. I thank you for the courtesy of your attention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I feel like the chair should be in the seat. Now we've moved a little bit beyond the panel chair. I seem to be taking a little bit of your of your space. And with that, I would like to offer the floor to the delegation of Paraguay. Paraguay, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair. At the outset, my delegation would like to express to the Chair that we congratulate you at the start of your tenure and wish you great success as you chair our work at the Council. We certainly hoped that this year things would get better and that we were going to be able to meet in person. However, here we are once again behind our computer screens to address the challenges in our region. We also like to acknowledge Secretary General Luis Almagro and also appreciate what we have heard from the Executive Secretary of the SIM, Secretary Mora Mora, the Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity, Maria Carmen Plata, as well as the Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights, Soledad Garcia Munoz. We couldn't be prouder to hear and to see this panel made up of all leading women and also have all of this chaired by a woman. We're truly proud to be here. Colleagues, when the world thought that we were just very close to recovery from this pandemic, we found ourselves starting at a third year of this issue, which affects so many people. We do have more health tools, but we continue to see disinformation and hesitancy to actually take up recommendations from the health community. And as you mentioned, Chair, during your introduction, we agree that we cannot overcome this crisis if we go it alone. We need to come together. And the best way to do that is to turn to our organization, with all of the countries being here, using all of the tools that we have in the Inter-American system that are part of the ministerial and sector mechanisms, and being able to share success stories from the different countries. We also believe that it is vital and essential to make sure that we engage with the public, with civil society, and bring in the private sector. Our delegation also wishes to take this opportunity to highlight the focus we've heard about the vulnerability experienced by women and by migrants. We heard this from the different panelists and also in the document that has the work plan that you have shared with us. And I know that I may be getting ahead of myself, but we know that helping these groups can sometimes leave some communities out, and we need to make sure that we include everyone in economic recovery and make sure that opportunities are made available to all in order for them to exercise their rights. Finally, our delegation wishes to once again express our gratitude for the presentations. We wish you all great success in your work plan, and also would like to state that we stand ready to provide any support necessary for you, Chair, as you conduct your work. Thank you very much.
Paraguay, it is my distinct pleasure to offer the floor to Ambassador Hull of St. Kitts and Nevis. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Osborne. I'd like to again congratulate you, of course, on your leadership in putting together this session. And of course, to my distinguished colleague, Ambassador Rukabir, I too would like to extend my congratulations to you for assuming the role of chair of this very important function. And of course, I could not end this without extending my congratulations to my own ambassadors, Spencer, for his very, very important contributions. I'm very much impressed with what I'm hearing this morning. And particularly I'm particularly impressed with the points raised by the presenters Platter and Mora. As I said effectively, policies may be felt in the lives of the people. I believe that matters, and matters a great, great deal. And the concern that I have is I wonder sometimes if our policy actions are not dealing with the individuals. We do a very good job in terms of dealing with groups. We know that very, very well. But we are to be reminded that every group is driven by the individuals. One of the speakers spoke of drivers. The individuals within these individual groups. They must be recognized. We cannot just set them aside and treat them as if they're potted plants. Because in virtually every sphere of human endeavor, we have vigorous competition. Usain Bolt, who wins the 100 meters dash each time he runs out to play, he is rewarded handsomely, and so too is Lionel Messi, for those, of course, who follow soccer very carefully. In virtually every sphere of human endeavor, the individual is the person that matters. He is the person who actually develops these computers that we use. He's the person who develops the electric car. What other countries have done in terms of recognizing that individual is that they find a way of offering him an incentive. Because they're not individuals, they're not all equal across the spectrum. They bring to bear different assets. And those assets that are highly valued in terms of producing goods and services and that are highly valued in the global marketplace tend to be rewarded very, very handsomely. There's an incentive, there's a cash award. I draw attention to the United States. We have been fortunate in terms of having executive positions actually reviewing compensation. And the structure of pay in the US across the region by both the public and private sectors, in particular the Office of Personnel Management, which I have a great deal of experience in at least observing what they've done. There's a three-tiered system to the compensation levels right across the board. First, there's a base salary that each person gets, but on top of that, what is very important, this incentive portion, it's a bonus, an award for the individual who performs at an outstanding level. He's recognized, and to the extent that he meets the goals and objectives that have been clearly defined, he's rewarded very handsomely. So you have the bonus being pancaked on top of the base salary, and then you have a third factor. That is an attempt to maintain the individual on the work site. If he stays for a protracted interval of time, he's rewarded another option, which is based on the performance. So you combine those three groups, and you could see immediately why there's a lag or difference between the income levels that we observe in the region and versus those that occur in the US. And the lag is fairly substantial, or the gap is fairly substantial. The per capita income in the US is $64,000. The highest earning country in the CARICOM region is the Bahamas. It's $37,000. And for the average as a whole, excluding the US and Canada, ladies and gentlemen, the per capita income for the rest of the region is $16,000. That's not very good. So it seems to me then that what is missing from much of this is an attempt at least to recognize the individual performance, what he brings to the table. And in my view, that's perhaps where we should start in looking at the migration issues that were mentioned earlier. Because you've got the flow, the masses who are fleeing. They're not only fleeing because of their concerns about some dictator that might be there, but they're also fleeing because of the sanctions that are imposed. We need to disentangle the separate effects of this. You've got the policy actions directed at the head, but do keep in mind that each of those heads in those governments or wherever they may be, all of us, the rest of us, depending upon them for our welfare. Whatever they do, if they choose to hire a landscaper to work in their yard, he's going to have to call on one of us who are down at the bottom end of the stream. The flow of remittances flowing into Mexico, which is several multiples of what is occurring in the rest of the region, is very substantial. But a large portion of those revenues are coming from those persons who are working in the US, who are working in those areas where they're actually receiving those high benefits from the options trading that they're getting added on to their base salaries. So I don't think that we should really ignore this individual. I really think that beginning to focus on this takes a somewhat different tack. And I'm certainly very pleased that the group has offered an opportunity for hearing contrasting points of view on this, because you really don't have to go very far to see how this is done in practice. You simply have to look at the SEC filings, the 10K filings each year, or the DF-14A filings. For every company in the US that has assets over $10 million, they must submit a report to the Securities and Exchange Commission. You can go to that page, it's titled Executive Compensation, and look at that gap, go directly to that area that looks at the structure of compensation among individuals, the executives earn, and you'll begin to see the difference. Why is it the individual who performs well, why he's making so much more than the person who is coming along? So I think we're on the right track, but I think there are little baby steps that we can take in terms of actually addressing this issue on a smaller scale. Perhaps establishing a pilot program in which this can be implemented. And do keep in mind that some people are of the view that this is going to cost a great deal. It really doesn't. It doesn't, because you're motivating individuals to be more productive. And it is that productivity that's going to keep the costs down that makes this effective and makes it work for us. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you, Ambassador, for that note on incentivizing the individual. And with that, I would like to offer the floor to the distinguished Ambassador of Costa Rica, Ambassador Solano.
A very good morning to each of you. Madam President Rockeberg, congratulations on your appointment. We're pleased to see you in the chair, and you may rest assured that Costa Rica will work hand in hand with you to further the ideals of this council. We also congratulate Ms. Oderberg and the representative of Jamaica, having heard him now. We are particularly grateful for this opportunity, which really gives us a chance to put our heads together in light of what the Secretary General and Executive Secretary Osborne, Plata, and others have spoken, not to forget Special Rapporteur Garcia, whom I also warmly greet, and as has been mentioned before, kudos on the fact that they're all sterling and strong women. The idea here is it not, to see how best our work here dovetails with the work of the rest of the OAS. How can we actually garner an inclusive and sustainable growth in the region, especially after being hit so hard by COVID-19? And as we know, we're still struggling. So bravo to each of you for your very important contributions and your stick-to-itiveness, quite frankly. We understand that all of these elements are deeply interconnected, the most vulnerable, closing the gaps. We know what we need to do, and we know we each have to do it. The question is how. These are multi-sectoral issues. We want to get, frankly, the biggest bang for the buck and to bring this hemisphere back from too many decades of, quite frankly, lagging in the human rights progress of other places. We need to look, therefore, especially at those who are most vulnerable, looking for opportunity, and take this look with an unvarnished commitment to making the difference. We in Costa Rica, when we had United Nations approve a council resolution that aimed at underscoring the fact that the right to development that would be clean and sustainable is a human right, in the same way as the right to life is a human right. The right to sustainable development is a human right. And we need to ensure, therefore, we believe in Costa Rica that multilateralism is especially important in that regard. And as the Pro Tem Secretary of ECLAC, we see our role as focused in a renewed vigor in development and transition in Latin America and the Caribbean. We want this to be seen as a work in progress, particularly focusing on intermediary revenue countries and seeing how they can do better. It's a question that Costa Rica takes very seriously and says so in all of the multilateral fora, bilaterally, multilaterally, and especially, of course, in the fora that offer us a particular opportunity to do so, as this one does, where we're looking at the various aspects of new cooperation, which we specifically focused on last December, just a couple of weeks ago. We will be holding in Costa Rica the 5th Forum on Sustainable Development very soon, in conjunction with ECLAC. Now, this will bring the member countries of this organization and the Caribbean together with representatives of the civil society, academe, the private sector, subsidiary sectors of ECLAC, and the development banks. We're seeking to identify new learning opportunities and new means by which they can be seized. How can we do better in ensuring that the multilateral, regional, and sub-regional groups can pull together more effectively in the same direction in Latin America and the Caribbean? And we hope you will be present at that meeting and offer all of your important thoughts. Madam President, distinguished Executive Secretary Osborne, dear friends, the question here is to identify policies and the means by which they can be channeled into innovative tools that will put individuals and nature together at the center of our concern, so that our development can be resilient, sustainable, and green. We need to build, we believe, on what brings us together. And that is why we call out to all of the fora here in the OAS for the opportunity that is given to us repeatedly, precisely to identify what we have in common and to do better building thereon. The development of our region depends on it. We have been faithful to the traditions of solidarity and human rights, as has this organization. I thank you.
The point that it's not just intra-secretariat collaboration, but collaboration with entities outside of the OAS as well. We need to build those relationships. I would like to now offer the floor to Ambassador Carlos Hativa of Ecuador. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora Secretaria Ejecutiva Kim Osborne.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary Osborne. I take this opportunity to greet everyone at the start of the year, wishing you the very best. Stay healthy, and the very best too to this particular meeting, and welcoming the arrival of President Roquefort at our head. You've put together, and thank you, Executive Secretary Osborne, a wonderful panel, and we have been stirred by what each of the speakers have had to offer. Not forgetting, of course, the Secretary General himself. The post-COVID-19 era is something we all aspire to, and meanwhile we are still looking for the best way, of course, to mitigate the impact of the ongoing pandemic, and thereby trying to come up together with our fellow member states more effective means by which we can mitigate its impact on poverty and in so many other areas as well. From a multidisciplinary and an associative standpoint, we are confident that the necessary synergy will be generated to make the difference, and that this council will do so as well, along with, of course, other policy fora, so that we can come up with truly useful tools to make a difference in the area of human, inclusive, and far-reaching development, sustainable above all. We need to continue focusing on all possible means of deepening our dialogue within governments, with corporations, throughout the network of civil society, so that resiliency can be boosted. We know full well the terrible havoc that the pandemic has generated, and that is why, particularly for the most vulnerable among us, we need to do better. These include, of course, persons with disabilities, persons living in rural areas in conditions of particular poverty, so that we can offer equitable and quality assistance. We also know and do well to focus on the labor environment in different places of the environment, the enormous informality that continues to exist. And the lack of sufficient genuine labor rights in many of these areas. We believe that the corporate sector needs to pull more of its own weight. Our esteemed Director Soledad Garcia said quite rightly a minute ago that labor rights, employment rights are human rights. Well, we know that. We here in Ecuador have developed a very broad, far-reaching vaccination program. More than 3 million persons have been vaxxed and boosted, and we are pleased that is the case. Our technical, our human rights resources have been channeled in that direction, because we get it. We understand how critical it is to put every effort we can into protecting the health of our population. But that is not to say, alas, that the pandemic has not, as I said a minute ago, generated havoc in numerous areas. And quite frankly, it has exacerbated anti-progressive attitudes, and so I can only underscore that the unenviable task of just staying the course has to be before us. And we appreciate the points made by Costa Rica and the emphasis that has been mentioned on the middle-income countries. We've got to mobilize greater funds that can be channeled into official development aid so that competitiveness can improve, inclusion is what it says it is, and so that, bluntly, we can have a vibrant and a meaningful debate on these many aspects, which the OAS rightly underscores, as we seek, all of us, to assist our countries to emerge more effectively from poverty and backwardness. And so to conclude, yet again, very, very grateful to you, Madam President, for having seized this initiative, kicking off our new year with such a stellar panel as we have heard this morning. And thanks, therefore, to Soledad, to Mari Carmen, and to Alejandra, and indeed to the Executive Secretary, so that we can get a better idea of how our own regional chains can help us overcome the often crippling lack of availability, the dearth of products that we need, the supply chain that is so gravely impeded. This organization is the only regional organization that focuses on these issues, and we value it greatly. Thank you very much indeed, Madam President and Executive Secretary.
Of the chair of CD, Ambassador Rockbert, in convening this panel. I'm merely the humble agent that's seeing it through. So, Ambassador, kudos to you for your vision and the clarity of purpose that you've brought to the CD. And with that, I would like to now invite Ambassador Luz Elenia Baños, the distinguished ambassador of Mexico, to take the floor.
Gracias, señora secretaria.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary Osborne and Madam President Maria Roquever. I congratulate you for having taken the chair of this important entity. And we are very, very pleased that is the case and look forward to working with you as we did in the last term. All of the steps that I know we will be looking at to bring us closer to fulfilling the 2030 agenda will be welcome. And we are very pleased indeed at the initiative taken for today, which so underscores the interdisciplinary focus that has to be the sine qua non if we really want to move forward. The role of women in development, it goes without saying, has to be a principal objective. It is a very powerful sign to see all of you in the chair and whom we have heard this morning. Mexico, as you may know, is an absolute passionate supporter of integral development, has been forever, and has been within the context of this organization. And we see that what we can do here is not in any way, speaking as a country, to supplant or replace what is done regionally, but rather to buttress them. Mexico has, therefore, constantly underscored the importance of this organ and how critical it is to really work to erode and finally eliminate poverty. We believe that concrete steps, Article 3 of Chapter 93 of the OAS in its charter says as much. CD needs to be seen as an entity to be strengthened because of its mandate, because its its nature looks to what we can do to improve the lives of the citizens of our nations. To that end, CD must make a difference in the lives of people and perhaps pay less attention to the plethora of informative meetings that have been the hallmark too long to tell us what's happening. Too much information. More action is what is needed. And we also must try to cut the management times that are invested in getting to an objective so that we can actually reach said objectives more promptly. Now, we understand that, again, these interminable information sessions that have been held, quite frankly, Mexico believes are too many and not that effective. How many times do we go over the same old documents, the same old information in various different states, instead of taking executive decisions? In the flow chart of the OAS, CD and the Permanent Council are really the main motors. Well, too often they are repetitive. And we would invite the permanent representatives of states here to ensure that the level of your representation be elevated, as happens in the permanent council. This cannot be a poor relation. It isn't on paper, and so it must be in fact. Be present at the meetings of CD, as you are at the permanent council meetings. Integral development has to be a priority and not a dead letter. That is how Mexico believes we can make a real difference in strengthening the impact of what we say we want to do. But for heaven's sakes, let's not get bogged down in more examination of the themes and the bureaucratic aspects. Let's look at where the value added is of integral development. And I'm not saying the meetings set out to be informative sessions, but that's very often what they end up being. I'm being very blunt. Now, we see when we last talked about the availability of vaccines how complex these issues are. There's no question that's the case. And when we sat through those meetings, we understood clearly the tremendous emergency that we were facing and how sustainable development and resilient development in the region could possibly occur. Well, this delegation believes we've got to be more dynamic, more focused, and absolutely more to the point. The OAS, I regret to say, has not been, as it should be, at the level of these challenges as often as it should have been, because an inefficient exercise in multilateralism, I'm sure we'd all agree, is a waste of money, not to say time. So let us look at the inter-American machinery and at least ensure that it makes a difference, because if it doesn't, this delegation believes it's time to take another look at what we are investing in, not least in such a pandemic as the one that continues to afflict us. We need to ask ourselves, in every one of the 4 pillars, what difference are we making? That is the question under each of the fundamental pillars of this organization. Where have we made a difference for the better? Where can we do better? And alas, in some instances, in the last couple of years, the answers are not that positive. Mexico, last October, at the meeting of high ministers on tourism, spoke on the subject. We had the Inter-American Council on Tourism, and we spoke a lot about competitiveness, on better use of sustainability and innovation. Mexico feels that a tourism that makes a difference has to be visionary, and it has to be rooted in agreements that have been met in that area. In the context of the Inter-American Council for Development, we adopted a vision of shared responsibility and better efficiency in the use of resources in our strategic plan for integral development. Those efforts need to be maintained and deepened. So we believe that the relevance of multilateral development is, of course, without question. But let us be sure that we make a difference on the south-south axis as well as in the north-south axis. Mexico, virtually and in coordination with various other states, is looking at blockchain, virtual intelligence in a number of cases, and we have come forward with proposals, and we will be holding a second meeting on this very soon with the leadership of a number of the states in our union. The interpreter is doing the best she can, but the sound of the ambassador leaves a lot to be desired. We look to uphold democracy, freedom, and gender-appropriate, gender-sensitive focus. In the question of ports, we have focused certainly on technical assistance through improved professionalism of our human resources. We believe in sustainable port development, and our general coordinator of ports of our merchant marine fleet won the Maritime Prize for the Americas. She has done that much. We're also very much proud of Jose Duran, who is really a good example of management, austere, streamlined, focused. Another priority on the agenda of CD has to do with social development. And that is why Mexico exhorts the member states to participate more in the social group that is being led by Mexico at the moment, focusing on multidimensional poverty and public policies that can be drawn up to make a difference and improve the quality of life. We have a working group that is looking specifically on social inclusion. This year, 2022, an important meeting will be held in the Dominican Republic towards the end of the year in November, where the Inter-American agenda on these matters will be considered. We will be working very closely, you may rest assured, so that science and technology can continue to make a difference to the small and medium-sized enterprises in terms of the labor and cultural strength of the countries and their ability to protect themselves from climatic disasters, and the elimination of poverty in general. In Chapter 3 of the Charter of the OAS, all of these planks are set forth, and Mexico stands by it. In that spirit, Mexico will continue to lend its support to the strengthening of CD as the par excellence engine of our work in the area of integral development. To that end, we exhort the member states to be present, to be aware, and to support CD in this endeavor. You may be certain that Mexico will be. Thank you.
The delegation of the Dominican Republic.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Secretary General Luis Almagro, Kim Osborne, Executive Secretary of CD, panelists. This morning, we wish to begin our statement by expressing Ambassador Rocaberta, Permanent Representative of Panama to the OAS, our full congratulations on her election to chair the CD for the 6-month term. You can certainly count on our support and cooperation for the work that you are to conduct as chair. We also wish to thank the chair for kicking off the work of our council with this very rich exercise, and by bringing today the different players within the OAS who contribute to ensuring that the integral development apparatus all works by singing from the same hymn book and ensuring that we can start this year with a clear view of the direction we're heading in. We appreciate the statement by Luis Almagro, as well as the remarks by the Executive Secretary, Kim Osborne, as well as the different statements we heard and remarks from the panelists. Chair, one of the outcomes, as we saw in the concept paper, is actually stimulating reflections from member countries to increase their commitment to city's work and contributing to discussions at the highest levels and finding ways to cooperate on issues that are of equal importance for everyone. The Dominican Republic believes that in order to achieve greater success in our work, there is no way around it. We need to engage with our capitals more, and this is what we can do through our national focal points. They are the ones who should conduct the work and really deliver on cities' work in our countries. In 2021, our mission held over 10 meetings with national focal points alongside the thematic areas of CD, and now in the starting months of the year, we're holding 3 additional meetings. These meetings bring together our mission, our foreign ministry, as well as the different focal points for the given thematics, as well as departments of the OAS. The first part of the meeting starts with an interagency focus. We can talk to the different focal points about what we would like to achieve with the meeting, what the role of the permanent mission is, as well as the specific agendas from the foreign ministries in the Dominican Republic. We also talk about the expectations we have for the focal point and their mandate, and talk about what the joint work should be in order to ensure that we are all working in lockstep to improve response times. In the second part of the virtual meeting, we invite the department in charge of the specific topics to take part of the discussion. This is when we can present on the work done by the OAS and the focal point from the Dominican Republic. We share experiences and also find opportunities for cooperation. This is what allows for the work with the countries to be more dynamic, more vibrant, more constructive, and can provide an opportunity for joint commitment and deepened cooperation. These virtual meetings outside of a ministerial negotiation or a committee meeting, we believe can help improve our engagement with our focal points and can help us better prepare for more high-level meetings. Madam Chair, my delegation wishes to take this opportunity to thank the entire city staff, as well as the Executive Secretary, Kim Osborne, and thank everyone who has been providing support so that these meetings with the focal points are all successful. We also appreciate the follow-up given to this process following meetings. We are convinced that the work that we all do will actually redound in concrete outcomes for each of our missions, and particularly within CD, where we focus on and work on expanding integral development for everyone in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, the Dominican Republic. I now offer the floor to the Distinguished Ambassador of Chile, Ambassador Court. You have the floor.
Muchas gracias, señora presidenta. En primer lugar, saludar atentamente a este distinguido.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me to acknowledge this distinguished panel we have of these outstanding women leaders who work with a lot of commitment and a lot of resolve. We also especially acknowledge Kim Osborne. We also acknowledge our different panelists, Alejandra Mora, Maria Carmen Plata, and Soledad Garcia Munoz. Chair, for us, we're very pleased to see you take on the chairmanship for the Inter-American Council for Integral Development. We recognize your commitment and your professionalism and wish you great success in the work you're going to do at the helm of this council. We are convinced that hemispheric policy when it comes to integral development needs to urgently take on new challenges. It requires flexible cooperation that focuses on multilateralism, creating an agenda for the future, human rights, and sustainability. Regional cooperation and integration needs to take into account economic, social, and cultural elements, and also focus on solidarity. In a context of international uncertainty, the best strategy for countries like ours is strengthening bilateral networks, multilateral and global networks as well, and as a result, also advancing mechanisms for that sort of hemispheric solidarity will be the key to succeeding in our agenda and achieving the integral development we all want. We know that many of the threats that we're facing are regional and global. We need to work together and make sure that our international development agendas can also be part of some of the other agendas that we have by looking at our region and by making sure that we're consistent in our ways that we address the challenges we're facing. Therefore, we need to ensure that the integration we're working on is one that brings together all of the industries that are part of the systems, all of the players as well, both from government and non-government, civil society, from academia, the scientific community, the business community, and others. In this context, integral development and sustainable development strategies need to take into account technology transfers and innovation in line with the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Madam Chair, in hemispheric affairs, when it comes to migration, climate change, social development, or others, there needs to be a solid focus on gender. This is why we also welcome the human rights and gender approach in your work agenda. This is going to be an agenda for women. This is also a great opportunity to address the climate crisis at a global scale from all perspectives, and also look at a better way to manage oceans. This is what is going to make the Americas a global role model in the fight against climate change and protection of the environment, focusing on the serious economic costs and the human toll that comes from inaction and from denial. Chile wants to contribute to this fight and also contribute to preserving our biodiversity. Madam Chair, you can certainly count on us as you carry out the work for this half of the year that will allow us to address such pressing issues as the COVID-19 pandemic recovery, as well as addressing the growing inequality in our region. We believe that commitment and cooperation from all member countries will allow this Inter-American Council to continue to be fertile ground for dialogue and for integral development of the Americas. Thank you very much.
And we now offer the floor to the delegation of Venezuela.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair. I will be brief. The delegation of Venezuela wishes to congratulate the Ambassador of Panama, Ambassador Rockerbert, on being at the helm of CD, who helped us start 2022 in such a great way, as we saw in today's meeting. We especially acknowledge Secretary General Luis Almagro, as well as Kim Osborne, Executive Secretary for Integral Development. We appreciate our panelists' statements and the great panel we have had today. We thank Alejandro Mormor, Executive Secretary of the SIM, Maria Carmen Plata of the SARI, and Soledad Garcia Munoz of Redesca, who in their remarks highlighted how important it is to have a gender perspective, focus on intersectionality, addressing climate change, as well as other issues that can help us tackle the economic and social issues that we have, as we've seen also in the agenda of the OAS. Our delegation also appreciates the priority that is given to the migration issue in the hemisphere and wishes to state that we stand ready to be active participants in conducting our work in 2022. Thank you very much.
Very much, Venezuela. We offer the floor to the delegation of Bolivia.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Chair of CD. Good morning, Vice Chair, Executive Secretaries, Ambassadors, alternate representatives. Good morning, everyone. We would like to begin by expressing on behalf of President Arce and the Ambassador of Bolivia and Maria del Carmen, Rocobert Leon, and the Ambassador of Guatemala, Rita Clever-Scioli, as Vice Chair. We wish you all the best during the first half of 2022. Wish you all great success. We appreciate and welcome the presentation from Alejandra Moore, Executive Secretary of the SIM, as well as Maria Carmen Plata, Secretary for Access to Rights and Equity, the OAS, and Soledad Garcia Munoz, Special Rapporteur on Economic, Social, Cultural, and Environmental Rights. Thank you for your presentations today. We'd like to thank the City Chair for presenting the work plan for the first half of 2022. It broadly addresses the mandate that we've gotten from the General Assembly. Our mission is very pleased with the focus on gender and intersectionality, as stated in the work plan, seeing as they are cross-cutting issues for CD. The Plurinational State of Bolivia has named 2022 as the year of the cultural revolution for the depatriarchalization for a life free for all rights to be exercised. We appreciate what has been included in the work plan for CD for 2022 and believes that there needs to be full participation of women for integral development. We express our support for CD as the ideal platform for coordinating the work of the different bodies of the OAS that brings together more coordinated action for post-COVID recovery and more social action. We stand ready to support the work in this work plan and also in ensuring we achieve the goals. Thank you.
And I believe, Ambassador, we're fresh out of time, so I won't go into the summary. Simply to thank again colleagues for joining this discussion. Maria Carmen Plata of SARI, Alejandra Mora of SIM, and Soledad Garcia Munoz of Redesca. Thank you so much for taking the time. This was indeed a very rich discussion. Ambassador, again, my thanks to you for the clarity of your leadership, for your vision in convening this CD meeting and the agenda that you've put forward for this semester of CD. And over to you now, Ambassador.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Kim. I know that sometimes, even though things don't go according to plan, they can sometimes be even better than expected. I believe that what we have had so far has been great. I'd like to thank Executive Secretary Alejandra Mora, Maria Carmen Plata, Rapporteur Soledad Garcia Munoz. Thank you for being with us. This was great to hear you and to hear your presentations. As stated by our esteemed Kim Osborne, what we have shared today have really reflected the vision that we have for what we want to accomplish this year. We know that we had statement from the different delegations during our panel, but I think it is also important for you to have been able to hear what the different delegations have to say and with regard to our mission and what we need to deliver on, because what we need is that specialized knowledge we have as an organization, especially when we work together in order to help us all get back on our feet. Thank you very much. Thank you, Kim, for facilitating this panel. I look forward to continuing our cooperation throughout my tenure at CD. So let's now move on to the next item. Thank you once again for being with us on this panel. I suggest that CD take note of the presentations from our panelists, their contributions and comments from delegations, which are all going to get close consideration. If there are no objections, it is so decided. So agreed. We now move on to the next item on the agenda, and this is the presentation of the CD draft work plan, January-June 2022. As we have already heard from some of our colleagues, the goal was to take a more comprehensive approach at the work we're going to do. That is what we have put in this work plan. We also set some priorities for our region. For example, the role played by the social safety net for inclusive development and resilient development, the impact and mitigation of the kinds of factors behind climate change in our hemisphere following COP26, a focus on education for sustainable development. Also, how important it is to have a multilateral approach to address migration and the crisis. And we're going to conclude with reflection on the 10-year anniversary of the adoption of the Charter for the Americas. Also, in the plan that we circulated last week, we see that there are going to be 3 joint meetings with the Permanent Council for Economic Resilience, for Women's Participation, Disaster Resilience, as well as Food and Nutrition Security of the Americas. Also, as we heard from Ambassador Philip Spencer, we have also attempted to include perspectives on security in the hemisphere and looking at equality and sustainable development and an intersectional approach at human rights. The version that was circulated was document CD Doc 34022. This was in English and Spanish. This is currently being translated into French and Portuguese. And I can say that both Kim Osborne and myself can take on this commitment before you now to say that we're going to have this translated in the 4 languages, and going forward as well, making sure that we can do our utmost to have these translated versions prior to meetings. We're going to be presenting a final version for CD's adoption in the February meeting. Before offering the floor for this item, I would like to very respectfully ask that everyone who is going to speak to please stick to not going past 5 minutes. This is a common practice in our meetings. And this is because we generally bring a fairly packed agenda into our meetings. And so the best way to stay on schedule is by also not speaking beyond 5 minutes. And I would also like to prioritize those who have yet to speak when asking for the floor. I am not seeing any requests for the floor now. Actually, I see one now. Ambassador Philip Spencer, Trinidad and Tobago, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is not Ambassador Philip Spencer, as you can see. He had another meeting to attend to, so he asked me to just briefly indicate, as he previously mentioned, the declaration that Trinidad and Tobago, that my delegation was instrumental in piloting along with the support of our distinguished member states. And just to have that reflected in this draft work plan, we note that there is a very concerted effort in having an integrated approach, and we welcome that. But if we can have that declaration also included as a reference in the document, possibly on page 4 of the document, or where you deem fit, we would appreciate that. We note that there are several, as you mentioned, 3 joint meetings with the Permanent Council, and that there is a meeting scheduled on disaster risk management. So perhaps there can be a joint meeting there with the Committee on Hemispheric Security. But these are just some initial thoughts, and we just wanted to reiterate the request for that declaration to be also included in this document. Thank you so much, Chair, and again, best wishes to you as you carry forward the mantle as Chair of CD. Thank you again.
Muchas gracias a la delegada Trinidad.
Thank you very much, Delegate. We have duly taken note of the comments made by your delegation, and we are going to include them in the presentation and submission of a revised version. If there are no additional comments on this, we are going to move on to the next item on our order of business, and this is the nomination of candidates to chair the following permanent committees of CD. the rules of procedure established in Article 59 that chairs of permanent committees are to be elected every year during the second monthly regular meeting of CD to be held immediately following the regular session of the General Assembly. These authorities will be in office for 1 year until the election of successors, and Article 60 states that nominations for chairs for each standing committee are to be made verbally during the first regular meeting following the regular session of the General Assembly, and the election is to be held at this following regular meeting. In order to take up this item, I would like to open the floor for any delegations wishing to nominate someone to chair the two following standing committees of CD: the Committee on Partnership for Development Policies and the Committee on Migration Issues. Considering that the Committee on Programs, Budget, and Evaluation, another standing committee of CD, has not been active in previous years, we are going to postpone the election of a chair for this committee until there are items that are to be taken up in its ambit. Delegations now have the floor. I offer the floor to the representative of Chile. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Allow me to take this opportunity to also welcome you to the Inter-American Council for Integral Development. My delegation takes the floor this time to nominate Ana Gabriela Vasquez to chair the Committee on Migration Issues. Ana Gabriela is a Minister Counselor in the Diplomatic Service of Peru, who also has a degree from the Catholic University of Peru and has a master's on international affairs and also international studies of cooperation from the University of Barcelona. She's a diplomat by training and by career, and also has been in charge of trade, culture, and education at the Embassy of Peru in Argentina. At the Foreign Ministry, she has held a number of positions having to do with economics and international affairs. As an alternate representative of Peru, she has been a delegate to both CD and CAM during 2020. This is why, Madam Chair, Chile is honored to nominate the Minister Counselor Ana Vasquez to chair CAM. Thank you very much to the representative of Chile. I offer the floor to the alternate representative of the Dominican Republic. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. On behalf of the mission of the Dominican Republic, we would like to second the nomination of Ana Gabriela Vasquez Rivas Plata, Minister Counselor and alternate representative of the Permanent Mission of Peru to the OAS. As chair of the CAM, the Committee on Migration Issues, we would like to make the second nomination and ask that we do this by acclamation.
Ambassador, your mic is off.
Very well. Having received the nomination of Ana Gabriela Vasquez Plata, Minister Counselor of the Permanent Mission of Peru, to chair the Committee on Migration Issues. And in response to the request from the Dominican Republic that we do this by acclamation, we don't see any objections. Therefore, it is hereby adopted. We offer the floor to Ambassador Forsyth. Your microphone is muted, Ambassador. Thank you, Chair. The interpreter points out there is great echo in the sound. Interpretation shall resume once the sound clears up.
Ana Gabriela Vázquez Rivas Plata, y de modo muy especial.
thank you for this nomination. We also thank Chile and the Dominican Republic for their nomination. I thank you all for approving this nomination by acclamation. I am convinced that the Minister Counselor is going to serve with a great deal of competence in this position. We thank you for this opportunity and also take the opportunity to offer our full support for such an important role you're going to be playing at the helm of this committee. Thank you very much.
Ofrezco la palabra a la representante Ana Gabriela Vázquez, de Perú. Presidenta electa.
Gabriela Vázquez of Peru has the floor. Peru. Thank you very much. Madam President, let me begin, as others have done, first of all, to congratulate you on having assumed the presidency of CD. And let me also thank Chile and the Dominican Republic for the support offered in terms of chairing CAM, and every delegation that has been supportive of the work that we will carry out in that very important entity. Because of the seriousness of COVID-19, certainly the work of CAM is more important than ever, not least because of its impact indeed on the migratory flows throughout the hemisphere. And we are very thankful to the panelists who spoke earlier and so cogently on this very subject. Peru, as a country that is a country of origin, of transit, and indeed of goal for migrants, understands the complexity of the matter. And we put before you our entire willingness and our strength and our determination to make a difference in such an important issue. Thank you to my head of mission for the support to me as we will be working together on the work that will come before this CAM. Thank you, Gabriela Vázquez. We are very sure that you will have an excellent experience as head of the commission. And as the regulations point out, the first and second vice chairs will be elected within the commission itself when it first meets. I see no one else asking for the floor, so the election of the meeting on Solidarity Corporation will be taken up the next time we meet. Let us now move to the next matter on our agenda, which has to do with information on the various points under the elements of CD, CIDI's report on the following sectoral CD meetings and high-level meetings held in 2021. Ms. Camacho, who has headed up a work in Human Development and Employment, will speak to the meeting of ministers to be held soon, ministers of labor. You have the floor, Ms. Camacho. Thank you, Madam President, and greetings to you all. The sectoral conference of CD certainly has focused on historic moments, and certainly when we met, the pandemic had already raged for a year and a half. There were 50 million positions lost in 2020, with disproportionate effect, as we know, on women, on young people, and on minority populations that were already, quite frankly, struggling from the labor standpoint. But what we have seen is that substantial change has also occurred in various modalities of work, needless to say, very much moving toward virtual platforms. But there too, the progress was insufficient and unequal. 70% of the labor position charge had been in the informal sector. Now, despite that juncture, governments that met put their heads together and sought to take decisions that would help overcoming the crisis and help build a more resilient labor environment and to make it possible for there to be a recovery that would be more focused on persons and more equitable. The most recent achievements of the conference, I believe, need to be pointed out. And first of all, let it be said that over the last 2 years, the ministerial process and the Ibero-American network, REAL, as well as the cooperation networks that have been developed, showed tremendous ability to adapt and to resolve unforeseen difficulties. And on the 1st of April of 2020, a couple of weeks after the pandemic had been officially recognized to be one, the OAS published on its web a number of questions that labor ministers wish to give. There were 69 measures, and this has been looked at as a hugely useful resource for the ministers of labors in the region. So that was one step forward that made a difference. I'd also like to point out, in terms of our achievements last year, were the advancements towards a gender equal recovery. More actions to contribute to gender equality more than ever before in the labor environment, at home and elsewhere. And there's a new study also that we published at the ministerial that focuses on improvements in the gender area in the various labor ministries. A manual was put together, now available, to make it easier to understand the importance of fighting against violence that is gender-oriented in the workplace. We hope that this will be available in the English version soon. Up to now, only available in the Spanish language. Thirdly, let me point out that there has also been increased cooperation with education about skills for the future. We're well aware that under CD we have the ministerial on labor, the ministerial on education, and within CD, the fact that Jesus Trujillo Naman heads up the technical secretariat of both education and labor. So this, we believe, was a useful platform to build on, particularly in Chile, where a ministerial was organized, partnering with the ILO and UNESCO towards a regional qualifications framework that hopes precisely to help the establishment of frameworks at the national level that will make a difference, particularly taking into account the impact of migration, which has been mentioned several times today. By the same token, we partnered with the Internet Society, AWS, and others to provide training on Internet governance, digital skills, and other areas. In the fourth place, I'd like to point out the difference we made in legislation, labor inspections, the eradication of danger in the workplace. We have strengthened the social component with the active participation of workers in various areas within the OAS, even at the level of the General Assembly that was held, and focusing on the Charter on Labor. The conference was held for the first time in September virtually, and there were 30 ministers of labor who participated in this 21st Inter-American Conference of Ministers of Labor. You see them here. But there were representatives also of the workforce and various other entities that had a role to play vis-a-vis employers and organizers. And we were certainly honored to have with us the Secretary General of the ILO, the International Labor Organization, and other important personalities in the labor world. The meeting was held in Buenos Aires, and the Minister of Labor and Social Development in Argentina played a very important role and made a very positive difference to the negotiating process. Among the results obtained at that international conference, we have the approval of the Declaration and Plan of Action of Buenos Aires, as it is now known. It is, in effect, a new regional roadmap, which, as you might imagine, points to necessary steps to be undertaken in the next couple of years that will meet the goals of social inclusion and resilient and gender-sensitive environments. Renewed commitments were taken to improve coordination between education and employment. We'll speak of that more in a couple of minutes. And that, I think, needs to be seen particularly in the presence of the Minister of Education of Antigua and Barbuda, who was head of that at the time. There was a creation of 2 working groups, one on recovery, the other on strengthening the labor ministries, and the various authorities were chosen for those working groups: Chile, Colombia, Trinidad and Tobago, Costa Rica, Panama, and the U.S., and the offer of the next host to receive this meeting, Colombia, 2024, was certainly received with pleasure. Also a recognition of the value of the Inter-American Network for the labor endeavor in the post-pandemic area. So what comes next? Well, we want to focus on translating the mandates that we have received into the 2022-2024 work plan. And we'll be meeting shortly with the authorities, February 3 and 4, with Costa Rica and various entities that are involved. And there will be a prioritization of actions after broad regional consultation. That, of course, is essential, because what we seek is to map out where we think we should be headed in order to get that work plan together and functioning. So this is what we have sketched, and we will put this in the next weeks to the authorities so that the lines of action we've identified might be considered. And here they are. New forms of employment, telework, work on digital platforms. What has been implemented? What makes sense to continue? What not? Strengthening and modernization of ministries to address both emerging shifts and effects of the pandemic. Thirdly, a coordination, better coordination between the education and labor skills for the future. And in the development of regional frameworks as well as national frameworks establishing quality. There's the question, of course, of occupational health and safety, which will include the element of mental health. And last but not least, gender equality and labor inclusion of those most affected by the crisis. There you have these next steps. But I cannot end without expressing yet again our deep gratitude to Argentina and Barbados, Colombia, Chile, Trinidad and Tobago, Panama, and the United States that have stepped up to act as leaders in the organization of the next conference in this next period we're launching. And certainly you can count on me and on our group to work with you very closely and through you with the governments to put equality and social justice at the very heart of all recovery strategies. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Camacho. I am told that we have until 1:30 this afternoon to be able to wrap up our agenda without having to incur additional cost for this council. So I must ask you to please consider that we go through the various reports we have ahead of us and then a more detailed intervention by the delegations if necessary. If necessary, I'm going to give the floor to Richard Campbell at this point, who will speak on tourism. And I thank you for that, to put before us into the Inter-American Congress of Ministers and High-Level Authorities of Tourism. You have the floor.
Chair, as delegates will recall, the 25th Inter-American Congress of Ministers and High-Level Authorities of Tourism was held virtually October 6, 2021, and was jointly organized with the National Secretariat of Tourism of Paraguay. Chair, the 25th Congress was held under the theme Post.
We're losing the sound, sir.
Congelado.
Se congeló, sí.
Ok. Podemos entonces pasar a la siguiente.
The chair wonders whether the technical support can resolve this quickly, or should we move on to the next speaker meanwhile? You're now heard, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
And again, I'll make sure
Yes.
I have a couple slides, and I've asked if the technician could help me just put the slides up. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, as I said, as delegates will recall, the 25th Congress, Inter-American Congress of Ministers and High-Level Authorities of Tourism was held October 6, 2021, and was jointly organized with the National Secretariat of Tourism of Paraguay. Madam Chair, the Congress was held under the theme Towards Post-COVID-19 Tourism, Rebuilding and Recovery, and included the sub-themes of strategies to mitigate the adverse effects of COVID-19 on tourism and post-COVID-19 tourism. The theme of the meeting, Chair, reflected the need for discussions on how best to rebuild the sector adversely affected by the pandemic, with the loss of jobs and with the closure of tourism businesses. First sub-theme underscored the notion that it was important to examine and to share public policies adopted by member states to tackle the crisis and propose joint measures to reactivate travel and tourism in the Americas in a safe and sustainable manner. Madam Chair, this was particularly important in recognizing the fact that individual member states had adopted disparate policies and protocols to support their operation of the tourism sector in the COVID-19 environment, but that a coordinated approach could perhaps more support more predictability and a faster return to something approaching normalcy. The second sub-theme, tourism post-COVID-19, in going beyond addressing the strategies to mitigate the adverse effects of the pandemic on the sector, emphasized the importance of considering how best to rebuild post-COVID-19. And here there was a recognition that prior to the crisis, the tourism destinations were already experiencing situations such as over-tourism and environmental degradation and the effects of climate change, and challenging air and maritime connectivity, to name a few. So in that sense, addressing these issues in a coordinated manner was seen as essential to support the future of the sector, for which many in the hemisphere derive their livelihood. Next slide, please. Here, the 25th Congress provided an opportunity and a space for continued regional dialogue on cooperation on tourism. Recall, it was in the early days of March 2020 that the WHO, the World Health Organization, officially declared COVID-19 as a pandemic. And in a few short months, practically all of the world's destinations had introduced restrictions on movement and travel. So by the end of 2020, many global destinations had actually completely closed their borders to international tourism. And as we know, this triggered perhaps the worst crisis in travel and tourism since the Second World War. Given this backdrop, then the Inter-American Committee on Tourism, under the leadership of Mexico, organized 2 meetings in 2020, a special meeting in August and a regular meeting in November to to offer to member states a forum for, among other things, examining the nature and cost of the pandemic's impact on the tourism sector, and indeed the protocols and strategies used to ensure that the sector could continue to operate during the pandemic. Additional meetings in 2021 further assessed the situation in member states, as well as progress made by 4 specialized CETO working groups established at the August 2020 meeting of the CETO. Here, the 25th Congress was able to advance these discussions and dialogue on these earlier meetings and explore opportunities for cooperation and common action, including those related to, for example, protocols and other tools available to the tourism sector in member states, as well as elements for a strengthened tourism sector in the Americas post-COVID-19. In relation to government support for the tourism sector, country experiences from Jamaica, Ecuador, and Chile were shared, while the World Travel and Tourism Council, the WTTC, provide estimates of the global value of tourism and travel that have been lost due to COVID. The dialogue on protocols and other tools available to member states underscored the need for standardized protocols and increased vaccinations to support recovery. It highlighted, for example, that cooperation regarding joint work on tourism biosafety protocols for the Latin American Caribbean region and by the IDB, the UNWTO, and the OAS, and the need for countries to urgently review and update their protocols which were developed during the early days of the pandemic. And focusing on sort of post-COVID-19, the dialogue underscored the importance of sustainability, including the fact that tourism must be profitable in order for it to survive. It identified other critical elements, such as the responsible use of resources, innovation in the private sector, and the need to avoid, if you will, sort of artificial inputs that would damage the tourism product. Given the importance of air travel and connectivity for tourism in our region, in the Americas, the dialogue also highlighted how deregulation of the aviation sector could lead to increased efficiencies in air connectivity and travel.
Lo perdimos nuevamente.
¿Podríamos recuperarlo?
Do you think we can recover the speaker? I see the presentation, but I don't hear the speaker, says the president. Technical support is, are you back?
I'm on to slide 3. I was speaking about the Declaration of Paraguay. Slide 3, please. Madam Chair, I was saying that another key outcome of the Congress was the approval and adoption of the Declaration of Paraguay. And that the declaration includes several key mandates and areas of action to be addressed over the next 3 years. While recognizing the importance of coordinating actions among countries in order to rebuild resilience in the sector and to restore confidence among travelers, the declaration encouraged the preparation of a flexible recovery plan of action to guide this process. And here the ministers and high-level authorities envisaged a recovery plan that was multidimensional in the sense that it included, among other things, elements such as standardized biosafety protocols, sustainable tourism, climate change, tourism community considerations, public-private partnerships, and support for tourism SMEs. The declaration likewise instructed the General Secretary to continue with the consolidation of the Indigenous Tourism Collaborative of the Americas. Here, the collaborative came out of the first Indigenous Tourism Forum of the Americas, which was held virtually in the fall of 2020, and represents a network of original peoples leaders, public and private sector, and civil society tourism organizations who promote sustainable development of indigenous communities throughout the Americas. It also reflects the collaborative efforts of the SETI the U.S. Department of Interior and the George Washington University's International Institute of Tourism Studies to strengthen indigenous tourism and the benefits that accrue to these communities. Yeah, as noted in my earlier presentation, part of my presentation, the CITO at its 2020 meeting established 4 specialized working groups to support the sustainability of the tourism sector in the Americas. The Declaration of Paraguay then requested that the General Secretariat to continue to support the efforts of these working groups. While we know that significant progress has already been made with each of these working groups, the General Secretariat will continue to provide support for these groups related to their full agenda, their action plans, and how to incorporate these within the framework of the CITO work plan. Can I get the next slide, please? Slide 4. Chair, just to conclude with some final words on the Congress. Chair, participants from 28 member states and 1 permanent observer country attended the meeting. 13 member states were represented at the level of minister. Representatives from the private sector, regional and international tourism organizations, academic institutions also attended the meeting, reflecting the vast tentacles of the tourism sector and the need, if you will, to incorporate voices, a variety of voices in seeking solutions to the challenges in the sector. I should also note that the Congress, the 25th Congress, accepted the kind offer of the delegation of Ecuador to host the 26th edition of the Inter-American Congress of Ministers and High-Level Authorities of Tourism to be held in 2024. Here, in all, the 25th Congress included 8 plenary sessions, as well as inaugural and a closing session. The inaugural session received remarks from the Minister of Tourism of Paraguay and the OAS Secretary General. The closing session received remarks from our SEDI Executive Secretary, as well as Paraguay's Minister of Tourism, who expressed satisfaction with the outcome of the meeting. Here, coming out of the 25th Congress, one of the immediate next steps will be the presentation, the preparation of a work plan. The preparation of the work plan will satisfy a key instruction to the General Secretariat from the ministers in the declaration. The work plan will be developed consistent with previous practice and will be presented at a meeting of the CITO authorities to be held during the first quarter of this year. Chair, finally, and before I conclude, let me just place on record our deep appreciation for the excellent collaboration with the team from the National Secretariat of Tourism of Paraguay, and indeed the permanent mission of Paraguay to the OAS in organizing the Congress. Thank you, Chair.
Muchas gracias, señor Campbell, por su presentación.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell, for that presentation. Let us move right along to now consider the 3rd Specialized CD meeting of high-level authorities of cooperation, and I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Salazar, or rather Ms. Salazar, interpreter corrects herself, and please let me urge you to be as concise as possible so that we do not incur in considerable additional expense. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President, and a good morning, good afternoon by this point to all. I'm going to dive right in. Here you have it. This is the report, as you've just heard, on the 3rd Specialized CD meeting of high-level authorities of cooperation, which dealt with cooperation and alliances as motors for socioeconomic recovery in the post-COVID-19 of the region. The meeting was virtual. It was held on the 2nd and 3rd of December, 2021, and it was Carla de Palma who led the meeting. She is the General Director of the Presidential Committee on the Inter-American Agency for Cooperation and Development under the Presidential Task Force to that end. With the view to respond to the present crisis, there was a a focused effort to consider practical solutions and to identify concrete areas of cooperation amongst the member states and the areas in which they might best cooperate with other partners. Recognizing the cross-cutting nature of cooperation, we aimed to identify those priority areas, and you have them listed here. There is, I'm not going to go into it because of time, but there was the economy of knowledge, both virtual and digital, economic recovery of the small and medium-sized enterprises, education in the digital era, and the future of work and the recovery of employment, and the climate and resilience issues to be considered, as well as health. 232 representatives of the member states of the OAS were present, including ministers and high authorities and representatives of ambassadors and observers, international organizations, the private and the social and the academic sectors, the 30 member states of the organization, including 20 directors and cooperation authorities were there, observers as well. Spain, France, Italy, and Sweden, and the representative cooperation agencies of those countries. There was specific support offered in the private, social, and academic sector. There was, for instance, an academic ventures for young people, and the Caixa, as it is known in Brazil, and the offer of courses for digital information, private sector, social academic sector. You see it listed here. Next. There were 20 directors and representatives of cooperation authorities that participated in this meeting, made offers for future cooperation in the area of development. The United States offered $500,000 and Brazil $200,000 to support cooperation initiatives in the region. So that was some financial support. 23 strategic partners stepped forward as well. So that's what we have to report on cooperation. El Salvador proposed a new methodology to be followed to spur greater participation of the authorities in cooperation in the OAS context. 3 working groups were established. As you can see them listed here, one connected with CD, the other that is going to focus on the financing of the framework of the OAS and CD, and the third will focus on the positioning of this group within the broader international cooperation development context. Thank you.
In terms of next steps, there's going to be a catalog that's going to be shared via the platform. There's going to be more work done on providing information on cooperation. And there's also going to be a convening of a meeting in the first quarter of 2022 to build on the work plan and the work done by the 3 working groups. We, of course, encourage all member states interested to get in touch with the Secretariat to get additional information. Thank you very much. I believe that was the last slide. So with that, thank you very much. Thank you for your great ability to be succinct in displaying information that is so vital. Now we're going to hear a report on the 6th meeting of Ministers and High Authorities of Science and Technology. And for that, we offer the floor to Cesar Barga, who is the head of Competitiveness, Innovation, and Technology Unit in the Department on Economic Development. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, delegation, for this opportunity. I would like to share a quick briefing on the main outcomes of the 6th meeting of ministers and high authorities of science and technology of the OAS. If we can please get the presentation up on the screen. I will be speaking on behalf of the team of the technical office of the Secretariat. The 6th meeting of ministers and high authorities was held on December 7th and 8th. It was a virtual meeting. The theme of the meeting was harnessing the power of transformative science and technology to drive our communities forward. The reference documents you see here on this presentation are the final report of the 6th meeting of ministers. It's been made available to delegations and has already been circulated, as well as the Declaration of Jamaica. During this briefing, we would like to share just some of the highlights and main outcomes of the meeting, and also talk about the scope, the results, and the work carried out over the last 3 years in implementing the Declaration of Medellin. For any of that information, you can get more details on the report from the Secretariat. The meeting of ministers had 32 ministers and high-level authorities attending from the OAS members. There were also attendees representing COMSIT strategic partners, and that led to the 150 attendees total we had in the meeting. It was inaugurated by His Excellency the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness, who was joined by the OAS Secretary General, Luis Almagro, as well as Ambassador Audrey Marks, permanent representative of Jamaica to the OAS and president of the Inter-American Council for Integral Development at the time. It was chaired by the Minister of Science, Energy, and Technology of Jamaica, Honorable Daryl Vaz. The main framework for the meeting was to review ways to expand the regional cooperation and promote the use of science, technology, and innovation to address development needs and contribute to solving the region's urgent priorities in the post-pandemic recovery, especially given the fact that the pandemic is still with us. During the meeting, the agreed-to topics allowed for great sharing of experiences, very relevant experiences for the Americas, and these included post-COVID resilience and recovery, how solutions can come from the steps taken. There were 22 presentations delivered on best practices, as well as topics on how to expand and develop capacity and skills in the youth for Industry 4.0, promoting science, technology, and innovation to promote the inclusion of women and girls, as well as rural and indigenous communities and other populations in vulnerable situations. It also discussed opportunities for connectivity and issues having to do with providing support to medium and small-sized businesses and opportunities to be part of a global economy. The use of technology foresight as input for public decisions was also discussed to improve policy making and decision making. There's also a discussion of effective public-private academia collaboration to enhance, for example, competitiveness and quality of life, and also provide opportunities to entrepreneurs to make the most of transformative technology. As for the outcomes of the meeting, I would say that perhaps the most important outcome was the Declaration of Jamaica, agreed to by ministers. It establishes 10 specific commitments as well as 10 specific actions to deliver on these commitments. The goal was to create a framework for regional cooperation, one that focused on results and had as a basis science, technology, and innovation for the next 10 years. This was essentially a call to action for the region to respond with urgency to the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. Among the top commitments, there was the idea of placing front and center science and technology as a key factor in recovery, and also ensuring that IT and science and technology are all used as a foundation for making sure that there is inclusive, green, and resilient and sustainable growth in the Americas. In the declaration, there's also a reference to regional cooperation to advance in having more transformative technology knowledge transfers and sharing, and connect that with the economies of the region, also providing a specialized effort to build capacity and skill more young people, and continue to provide support for SMEs. A set of recommendations was also adopted for the next Summit of the Americas. Ministers and high-level authorities decided to also make a specific recommendation on connectivity and the identification of regional and cooperation mechanisms that allow for access and connectivity that is of the best quality and also is made accessible to all members of all communities. In terms of the specific panels that ministers expressed interest in, we saw the Youth Academy on Transformative Sciences and Technologies of the Americas as one of them, which is aimed at training, certifying, and expanding job opportunities or other paying opportunities for 10,000 youth in the region that focus on transformative technologies by 2024. This initiative is aimed at addressing what was stated by ministers and authorities at the COMSIT, and that was the need to prepare and skill the youth to close the gap and to make the most of the digital economy and to take every opportunity to innovate in the current climate. Some academia and some of this youth academy, some of the activities actually started during this meeting. This was announced December 15th. The first course is going to be officially kicked off in January 2022. So thank you very much for everyone who has supported this initiative. Next slide, please. I wanted to also state that one of the other important announcements of the meeting had to do with the first two centers of excellence on technology foresight. This included a presentation of the Center on Excellence on Blockchain, and this is in the state of Hidalgo in Mexico, as well as the Center on Robotics and Artificial Intelligence. This is going to be hosted by the Simón Bolívar University in Barranquilla in Colombia. The goal of the work being done by these centers is to build more knowledge around transformative science and technologies, and also make it easier to map and get a sense of technology advancements in the region, and also provide opportunities to develop solutions and provide input that informs policymaking in communities. Just a couple of additional points here. We wanted to thank CIDI and a special thanks to the government of Jamaica for the support provided in preparing for the ministerial meeting on science and technology, and for the thematic decisions that came out of CIDI. These allowed for discussions on specific proposals and identifying specific opportunities also for cooperation between member countries and sharing of best practices. This is what led to being able to launch specific initiatives like the Youth Academy on transformative technologies, as well as the launching of the Centers on Excellence on Technology Foresight, and specifically the reference framework that all resulted in the 10 commitments made to address COVID and start taking steps for the future of the region. We also thank the authorities from Mexico, the Colombian authorities as well in Peru, Costa Rica, and Guatemala, the US, Paraguay, and Canada. They all provided support as well for the activities of the working group, and all of this was essential to the success that we had in December of last year. Now, this is the last slide, and this has to do with what we are foreseeing for this year. So we're going to start implementing the Declaration of Jamaica, the election of officials for COMSIT and the working group, and also drafting the work plan 2022-2024 for consideration by COMSIT. We're also going to launch the operation of the America's Youth Academy on Transformative Sciences and Technologies. This will be happening in the next few weeks. We're also going to be announcing and holding the Perspectives Americas Regional Seminar in Hidalgo, Mexico, and we'll make arrangements and operate the first 2 centers of excellence, as well as providing mentoring capacities for the hub. So that brings us to the close. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. We now move on to the presentation on the 12th regular meeting of the Inter-American Committee on Ports, or the CIP. Let me offer the floor to Jorge Duran, who is the head of the Secretariat of the CIP, who will be presenting today's report. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. If I may, I would like to very quickly share my screen. I believe this is going to help us move through this as quickly as possible and save as much time as possible. Good afternoon, everyone. This will be my briefing on the 12th regular meeting of the Inter-American Committee on Ports. This was originally slated to be held in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Let me thank the Administration of Ports in Argentina for all of the support. This was held on May 19th. As you can see here, this was done virtually. We had attendees from the highest levels, ministers and vice ministers, and we had directors and different presidents from the different port agencies in the country. The passing of the Buenos Aires resolution took place, which was a key highlight, as well as the work plan for Buenos Aires 21-23 and the operating budget. This is what guides the work of the Secretariat and the countries. There was also the approval of the board report, the reports from the technical advisory committees. There are 6 of them total, the financial reports, as well as the reports on the work of the Secretariat of the CIP. Also, the 12th meeting of CCIP is going to take place in 2 months on March 15th, 2022 in Uruguay. This has been confirmed to be held virtually. We also have the 13th meeting of the CCIP and the 13th meeting of the CIP slated for May and June 2023 in Honduras. That is yet to be confirmed, but there is a change here. There's an amendment to the rules of procedure for the CIP, which is going to allow for an ad hoc review in 2023 to be potentially submitted to CD. And the idea is to change the frequency with which CIP meetings take place and make it a triennial meeting, which can be part of the 3-year process that CD has overall. There were a number of CTCs, as you can see here, that were also considered. We had all of the different officials elected by acclamation. As you can see here on the screen, we have Honduras, Uruguay, and Antigua and Barbuda, who are going to be chair and vice chairs. We then have Panama, Barbados, Mexico, Uruguay, Argentina, and Peru, who are going to chair the CTCs on all of the issues that we have already mentioned. And the US and Paraguay will also be serving an important role as vice chairs of some of the CTCs. Now, it's important to also mention that in addition to the meeting of this advisory body and the executive body in March, there was a confirmation of the Mexico CTC confirmed in May. This is going to be another online meeting. And on June 8th and June 9th, there's going to be the meeting chaired by Argentina. There are other hemispheric meetings that are also going to be held at the end of the year. There were some highlights from this meeting. I wanted to share some here on the screen with you all. There was a record of the amount of scholarships that were granted for some of the remote activities. 31 member countries were part of this effort. We had 30 professional development certificates offered. We had $1.2 billion in value of what was provided. There were a number of webinars held on a number of issues, a host of port-related topics. For example, the fact that trade is what leads to development. There was also the implementation of a risk assessment project, and that is where you get about 60 or 40% of the scholarships that were granted. Also, the CIP launched a website for authorities to be able to actually see what recommendations have come from all of their peers. This is for all of the agencies and officials to be able to view this information. This was also to highlight the fact that during the COVID-19 pandemic, a number of ports never actually closed, and that this pandemic, which continues to be all around us, has not impeded ports from continuing to operate. There is information in English and in Spanish, all designed to help the different agencies and officials and everyone who works in these different sectors to have an environmentally friendly approach going forward. There were a number of partnerships that were forged during this activity as well, from International Sphere. Here, I would like to mention Senave from Uruguay, APN in Peru, more specifically also Singapore from the Buenos Aires port, through the port administration in the country, as well as the Maritime Policy Bureau in Panama, which also led to the signing of an MOU. Thank you very much. And I'll now stop sharing my screen. Thank you. Thank you very much for that presentation, Mr. Duran. As I mentioned, we're going to hear all of the reports before we open the floor for any questions and or comments from member countries. So once again, let me offer the floor to Cesar Parga. And this time he's going to be reporting on the 11th America's Competitiveness Forum, or ACF, and Inter-American Competitiveness Network, REAC. Now, given our time constraints, and in order to have more time to hear from member countries, I ask that we please be as brief as possible. Thank you very much. It's glad to be with you once again, Madam Chair. If we can get the presentation up on the screen, please. We are going to try to get through it as quickly as possible. I am presenting this on behalf of the team of the Technical Secretariat of the Competitiveness Inter-American Network. If we move on to the next slide, we see that this presentation will focus mainly on the event that took place on competitiveness in the Americas. This was a virtual event. And this is one of the key aspects of the competitiveness network that fosters and increases regional cooperation within the OAS. The idea is to also spur competitiveness within all member countries. Through this platform, this allows for public policy dialogue and also sharing best practices, solutions, knowledge, and also allows for information on potential networks and cooperation and networking opportunities for the different players. The ACF, or the America's Competitiveness Forum, was hosted by the government of Ecuador. A special thanks to the mission of Ecuador and Ambassador Hativa and his entire team. The Minister of Production as well for leading this process. The Competitiveness Forum is the key platform for all regional officials to share experiences, and in this case, to also take on the challenges presented by the pandemic. The meeting was kicked off by the President of Ecuador, Lenin Moreno, the Secretary General of the OAS, Luis Almagro, and Minister Ivan Ontaneda Baru, who's the Minister of Economy of Ecuador. The forum was attended by 600 attendees in all of the different activities. This included ministers and high-level authorities representing 32 member countries of the OAS, as well as private sector executives and regional experts in strategic partners of REAC. We had over 1,000 people connect to the different events, and the idea was to discuss the key topics on the agenda for the meeting. Next slide, please. There were experiences shared by over 16 delegations, and these included topics like digital transformation and small business support and supporting individuals with digitalization as well, the necessary mechanism to promote scale-up of business that had to do with innovation, also how to spur competitiveness and build capacity in small businesses, how to increase trade and enhance the regulatory framework, and also issues having to do with climate adaptation and COVID. One of the innovative components here was the attendance of high-level representatives of businesses across a number of different industries and regions of the Americas. The idea was to share ideas and options and actually put on the table concrete opportunities for cooperation to boost competitiveness and to deliver a bigger blow to COVID. The main result coming out of this meeting was the practices and specific proposals that were documented on each one of the 4 topics for the forum. This was the result of the preparatory meetings that took place prior to the forum, as well as to the deliberations that allowed for sharing experiences. In terms of digitalization, some of the highlights from what different authorities were able to conclude in their discussions was the importance of access to information and to ICTs for small businesses, as well as for the most disadvantaged in our communities. The forum also allowed for discussion on closing gaps and providing more economic opportunities and greater economic and social mobility. It also focused on capacity building for the labor force and also very specific support for small businesses to address the needs and also to specifically address what they need to do in a digital economy. There was discussion around the need for opportunities for empowerment for the small and medium-sized players in order to also build communities of cooperation to gain more access to technology and more credit for small businesses. In terms of the regulatory framework, there was discussion on how important it is to improve the processes and to increase transparency and to address the different challenges that can be linked to corruption. Also, a lot was said about how to make it easier to provide government services and how to go through this administrative procedures in a way that's more streamlined, and how that can also allow for more efficient productivity. In terms of role of regional and global value chains, there was discussion on how to create solutions for more goods and services trade within the region, as well as steps to build resilience and how to improve climate adaptation and steps to respond to COVID. On the next slide, we see that we also held 2 side events. One had to do with the ACE community. The Secretariat was able to present a report on the most recent ACE activity. And in this case, we're able to actually hear stories and testimonials on how this program has done. The U.S. government and the Department of Commerce and the Department of State were able to participate through the Agency for Economic Development, as well as the permanent mission of the U.S. to the OAS, were all part of this effort. There was also a study presented on digital transformation. And if we move on to the next slide here, we see that we're able to share experiences and also go on the record talking about the examples of success stories from the region. There were also ideas shared on potential avenues for cooperation and how to make the most of economic recovery efforts given the pandemic, with local solutions from regional and local governments and national governments, and discussion on what cooperation can come from the OAS. This was something that was contributed by the expert working group on competitiveness. There was another topic that was discussed last year. This has to do with publications and documents on the different experiences and the different tools that have been used across the region that are all innovative and provide support for the business community and for more employment and job creation as a response to COVID. This is a resource that we happily share with everyone. Now, going into 2022, if we move on to the next slide here, which will be the last, the idea is to continue implementing the priorities agreed to at the forum, working in tandem with the pro tempore chair. This is the government of Ecuador, continuing with best practices and experiences and sharing those elements. Also, building and deepening our partnerships across the 4 different topics for the forum, and also continuing our work and our cooperation within the ACE framework. There is, of course, the event slated to be held in March 26th to April 1st, 2022 in Louisiana, and also working on the subnational competitiveness using the opportunities provided by the 3 working groups. So thank you very much for your attention, and with that I close. Thank you.
Ambassador, your mic is off.
Okay. Concluiremos esta serie de presentaciones con el informe relativo al 7º.
Let us now move to conclude these presentations with the MIPIMES representation, the MSME Authorities Dialogue, Inter-American Dialogue of High-Level MSMEs, and I'm very pleased to offer the floor to the presenter for that last item under this rubric. Thank you.
Maris, could you please request the floor again? Maris, could you refresh your browser? Maybe that can help you with the problem.
¿Cree que vamos a resolverlo, Fernando?
Fernando, do you think we'll be able to resolve this? Asked the president. Apparently, it's being done. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and apologies for the... I will try to do this in 2 minutes. Fernando, if you could put the slides, please. Go to the next one. So this is a process at the vice ministerial level, brought together vice ministers and other authorities from 30 OAS member states. And it was to look at the public policies, the programs, and the solution for the economic recoveries of MSME. And it was done in partnership and with funding and the chairmanship of Chile and its agency supporting MSMEs. Next, please. Next. Now, what were the main issues covered at the meeting in September? Financial solution. What are the new solutions, particularly from the private sector, but also from regional banks, private sector like fintech, the neobanks? Other issue to be that was addressed, and I'll come back to this
just in a few seconds, women's economic empowerment, the importance of MSME for women's economic empowerment, logistic solution for trade, internal and external, the technological solution, particularly for e-commerce, but for the digital economy. And finally, how to support MSME support institution with respect to the world of MSME, which account for the bulk of our productive sector, particularly focusing on our flagship program at the OAS, which is the Small Business Development Center. Next, please. So these are the priorities really identified by member states were very much linked to the topics that I just mentioned. Next, please. Let me focus on three key results. The launch of a women's economic empowerment project with funding from the U.S. Permanent Mission, which has the purpose to enhance the capacity of small-scale women entrepreneurs in the OAS region and in the Northern Triangle to use and benefit from the digital economy. Next, please. Second key result, a portal, the She Means Business portal with one of our key partners, Meta. This offers an online platform for women to access free learning resources that were specifically designed for female-led MSMEs. This portal will become available very soon. We'll focus on business resiliency and financial management tools, digital skill, and also the WhatsApp business best practices. This is another of our main partners. Next, please. And then Chile also, as a result of this dialogue, offered 3 webinars in October, November, and December to focus on the internationalization of MSMEs, the digital processes, and also post-COP26, the climate change issue. Next, please. What's coming up? Okay, very briefly. With respect to the implementation of our flagship program, the SBDC program, with the Women's Economic Empowerment project that will be implemented under the leadership of Secretary Osborne in SEDI, and the other partners that we have, Meta, WhatsApp Business, will be focusing on building local capacity of MSME support institutions in member states, providing concrete tool and solution for the digitization of MSMEs through an online clearinghouse. I just mentioned earlier the She Means Business portal, and there will be another portal focusing on WhatsApp Business solution and partnership for the digitization of MSMEs through access to digital tools and solutions. This is meant to be actually extremely concrete, something that MSMEs can use, whether they're formal or informal, and we have a multiplier effect with the MSME, working with MSME support institutions. So, Madam Chair, this was a rather quick presentation, but thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Lo sé. Muchas gracias, Directora Roberts. Estoy segura que tenemos oportunidad.
Thank you very much indeed, Director Robert. Way to go. You have really zipped through that. It's been magnificent. And thanks to each of you for your presentations, those of you who represented these different meetings in Argentina, El Salvador, Jamaica, Paraguay, and others for leading these various sectoral sections. And thank you on behalf of SEDI for the very hard work accomplished and the success that has been garnered. Let me now, as promised, offer the floor to those who would like to speak. However, let me check with the Executive Secretary as to where we are. We can now meet until 2, but guess what? We're very close to that. And 2 is the drop-dead moment. So Jamaica has the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Executive Secretary, colleagues, good afternoon. Madam Chair, I assure you that I will be very, very brief. Since it's the first time I'm taking the floor, I take this opportunity to pledge Jamaica's full support as you guide the as you guide the work of this council over the next 6 months. Madam Chair, I must also use this opportunity to reiterate our appreciation for the tremendous support provided by the Secretariat during our tenure as chair of CD in the past 6 months and during our tenure as host of the 6th REMC, which just concluded in December. Finally, as I have the floor, Madam Chair, my delegation wishes to congratulate Panama on its hosting of the upcoming ECPA Ministerial. You can be assured of Jamaica's full support as you continue to work towards the successful staging of that very important meeting. Madam Chair, thank you.
La palabra.
Thank you. Let me now give the floor to the delegation of Uruguay.
¿Qué tal? Buenos días, secretario general, secretaria ejecutiva y equipo de CEDI, presidenta de CIDI, colegas. Mi delegación agradece las presentaciones realizadas y extiende sus buenos deseos para la gestión del año que se inicia en CIDI, bajo el liderazgo de Panamá y de Guatemala. Aprovechamos también la oportunidad para saludar a las mujeres. Hoy, 25 de enero, primer Día Internacional de la Mujer en el multilateralismo, aprobado por la UNESCO el año pasado. Queremos compartir con ustedes la satisfacción por la realización de diversos programas desarrollados durante el año pasado, gracias al apoyo de CEDI, dirigidos al sector de MIPYMES, especialmente al área de capacitación. Este sector representa la columna vertebral de nuestro sistema productivo. Por ello, la capacitación y el permanente apoyo a las mismas son clave para nuestro desarrollo. En nuestro caso particular, 45 especialistas de varias instituciones representativas de todo el territorio uruguayo participaron en los entrenamientos brindados por WhatsApp Business, buscando acercar a las MIPYMES a los beneficios del mercado digital. Agradecer la invitación al espacio del 7º Diálogo Interamericano de Altas Autoridades de MIPYMES, donde se compartió la experiencia de nuestro país en el área de comercio electrónico y otras soluciones tecnológicas para apoyar al sector, realizado en septiembre del año pasado, en el que estuvo presente la Agencia Nacional de Desarrollo de Uruguay. Agradecer también por la tercera reunión de altas autoridades de cooperación realizado en diciembre, en el que estuvo presente nuestra agencia de cooperación AUSI, dando a conocer las fortalezas que exhibe nuestro país y que son susceptibles de transformarse en ofertas de cooperación. Sobre esta reunión en particular, transmitirles que existe interés y estamos a disposición para seguir trabajando para lograr identificar coincidencias de oferta y demanda en base a las presentaciones que se compartieron en la misma. Por último, actualmente estamos explorando con la OEA la posibilidad de trabajar para el fortalecimiento del sector MIPYME dentro del sistema cooperativo nacional a través del programa Small Business Development Center, y también con perspectiva territorial. En este programa, además, agradecer también muy especialmente el apoyo de la misión de Estados Unidos. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Uruguay.
Let me now offer the floor to Paraguay. Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask permission to thank each one of the directors and heads of department of the reports that we have heard today very quickly. And most especially, thank you to the representation of Paraguay and the National Secretariat of Tourism that worked with CIDI and Executive Secretary Kim Osborne, Estela Diaz, and the tourism sector, Ms. Roberts, Mr. Campbell, and Santiago Novoa, for the holding of the 25th Inter-American Congress on Tourism, during which Paraguay was very honored to serve as the virtual host. We look forward to continuing working with the countries of the region as we move forward, and particularly based on the elements of the Uruguay Declaration and the elements that the Inter-American Tourism Association have set forth, building on the previous excellent presidency of Mexico. We look forward also to work with Jamaica and Ecuador in the chairmanship and vice chairmanship of the same. Thank you. Thank you, Carolina. I offer the floor now to the delegation of Paraguay. And I beg your pardon, says the president, the floor goes to Ambassador Jativa of Ecuador. Very briefly, I wish to congratulate everyone for the presentations made, and thanks for the reports and the support. Reports that each were made. Particularly as regards the 26th meeting on tourism. The interpreter regrets the ambassador's sound is always difficult, and I am doing the best I can. I'm very pleased with the work that my colleague Santiago Novoa is carrying out in tourism. And I'd like to state that we very much recognize the hard work that has been put into the work achieved last year. And we look forward to assist in organizing for the second time the next meeting that is planned in that context. Thank you.
Ya.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta. Solamente brevemente.
Thank you. And briefly, on behalf of the Panamanian delegation, we wanted to congratulate everybody who headed meetings and sectoral issues, and on behalf of Panama, to say that it was a great, it will be a great honor to hold the 10th and 11th of February meeting. Our authorities in health have recommended that we limit the number of participants since the meeting will now be held in a hybrid fashion. It's very important for us to count on your input, be it virtual, be it in person. And we hope that the distinguished delegates of CD can do what they can to confirm their participation as quickly as possible. Those states that have not yet managed to confirm their participation at that important meeting, we hope we'll see some of you in Panama and others by Zoom. Thank you. Thank you. The delegation of Argentina now has the floor. Esteemed Ambassador, thank you very much indeed. I wanted first of all to congratulate you for being elected President of CD. You can count on Argentina in all of the efforts undertaken. Let me also very much thank Ambassador Osborne for her stellar input and her capacity as Executive Secretary. And we know how much she has made a difference to all of us, and not least for those meetings that were held in Argentina, as mentioned previously. So thanks very much indeed. I don't want to belabor the point, but let me simply thanking the colleagues that made a difference, to thank for Panama for the 5th ministerial that's going to be held next February. It's a central issue that's going to be considered, energy central issues. ECPA, it matters a lot to us. and we can only wish you the very best as we have organized in the past. Argentina understands that these decisions in the context of energy make a difference, and quite frankly, a strategic difference for our region. The relevance of the exchanges that will be held at the next ministerial meeting of ECPA, we hope will be satisfactory and inspiring to all. Thank you. Thank you, Argentina. Let me now offer the floor, says the President, to Ambassador Solano of Costa Rica. Thank you, Madam President. My delegation cannot but express our interest on behalf of our delegation in Canada, thank Panama, our sister republic, for all the work that's being carried out, and certainly offer our unstinting support and best wishes for that 5th ministerial meeting for the ECPA, the Alliance on Energy, that will be held in our sister republic from the 9th to the 11th of February coming up. Madam President, let me also offer you the very best in your coming endeavor. Thank you. Thank you, Ambassador Solano. The United States has the floor.
Madam Chair, Ambassador Roquefort, my delegation would like to take this opportunity to welcome your leadership of CD during this 6-month period, which we know will be substantively impactful. We look forward to working with you. We are also grateful for the work done by Ambassador Marks during Jamaica's very meaningful chairmanship of CD the last 6 months, and to SEDI for a fantastic 6 months of achievements. Thank you to everybody who has made presentations. We've done a lot of wonderful work. With regard to ECPA, we'd like to thank Panama for the excellent work under extremely difficult global circumstances that you've been doing in lead up to the ECPA ministerial. We look forward to participating in the ministerial and sincerely appreciate Panama's flexibility and hard work as you prepare to host such an important event in the region. Thank you so much.
Muchas gracias a la delegación.
Thank you very much, United States. El Salvador has the floor. Thank you, Madam President. Please accept our own congratulations to your election as president of this Council for Integral Development. We wish you the very best, and you can count on us. Our high authorities of cooperation have very much insisted on the importance of building synergy and greater cooperation with our member states and strategic partners, both in the private and public sectors, nationally and internationally. All of the objectives of cooperation in the Indo-American sphere hang in the balance. And so the dialogue that is being established, we think, is very welcome, because it'll help us train our thoughts on the post-pandemic challenges, the importance of strategic alliances in the public and private and indeed academic sectors are certainly value added that we can but harness. Understanding that integral development in the Latin American context is essential. El Salvador is deeply committed to the same, to economic and social development at the inter-American level. We were able to play an important role at the recent meeting there and also in the IECD. In both spheres, we underscore the importance of that strategic work, efficient and transparent, that needs to understand what the prime needs are and how to meet them. Let us reiterate simply how important it is to act collectively. And these ministerial meetings of CD are a good example of these. The financing of cooperation for development and the role of the IECD is an important one as well at the international level. Collectively, we must meet that important priority in terms of solidarity and cooperation, the implementation of the various mechanisms that undergird hemispheric cooperation, have done in the past, and should see us through sustainably in future so that we can move toward recovery in the post-pandemic era. Finally, it is but justice to recognize the extraordinary efforts for the Executive Secretary for Sustainable Development. Thank you so very much, Ms. Osborne, and all your team. You may count on us as we move forward, because this means so much to the interactive and cooperative system of this organization. Thank you. Finally, Trinidad and Tobago has the floor.
Madam Chair, my delegation takes the floor to express our appreciation to the members of the Executive Secretariat for Integral Development for the reports shared and for the hard work that they've done over the past 6 months. And we look forward to working closely with them in the upcoming year. And we also want to express our appreciation and support to the delegation of Panama for the hard work that they have done in preparing for the 5th ECPA Ministerial. And Trinidad and Tobago, as a member of the steering committee, stands in full support of Panama. And we look forward to a productive and successful meeting in February. Thank you very much, Chair.
Muchas gracias a la delegación de Trinidad y Tobago.
Thank you very much, Trinidad and Tobago. The Executive Secretariat has told me that for the sake of time, we must omit at this time item 7, the CD Inter-American Committee meeting on education. Its first special meeting will be postponed and taken up at the first opportunity, not today, for lack of time. Having then completed our consideration of all the other items listed on our order of business, let me ask quickly if there is an informative issue that anyone wishes to put forward at this time. That appears not to be the case. Therefore, I hereby consider this meeting adjourned with very sincere thanks yet again expressed to the Secretariat and to all of you who have made this a success. Thank you very much. The meeting stands adjourned. I thought you wanted to speak, but fine. Excellent. Be well.